All right, legends. How are we doing? All right, legends. Can you confirm that you can hear me? New apartment, new location, but the streaming continues. Refresh. All right, legends. All right. I haven't quite decided on how I want the lighting to be, but we'll sort that out as we go. For context, legends, FOMC starts in a very long time. What's this? 2:30. 2:30 p.m. It is currently 9 a.m. So you can bet your bottom dollar that we will be on the live stream until then. Trula says, so late. Yes, I've been traveling. So what can I do? What can I do? What is our bias for today? What do we think? Up or down? Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. Someone says we already dumped. Is that so? I mean, that's not anything significant, I would say. So basically, Bitcoin is currently sitting at $64,200. And the question is, are we going to be higher than where we're currently at right before FOMC, or will we be lower? Then we'll do another poll for after FOMC. But if I can make a guess, this is going to be probably a 6-hour live stream plus. So grab your popcorn. I think we have a lot to discuss today. I think that we're seeing this trajectory potentially play out. Now, like I've been saying, it's hard to take this to the bank because this is just a drawing at the end of the day. But we've been talking about this within the community for quite some time, and we've been positioned adequately in the sense of we took a nice long at the bottom, we took a nice short at the top, and now we wait and see. I also have my existing shorts in this market, which you're probably familiar with. I still have not added to my big swing shorts. I still think that Bitcoin can go lower over the course of this year. And I did not take this trade within the community. Let me just show you. In the community, we've been talking about this confluence zone for quite some time, and I know that there's a lot of you that took this long trade. Now I can go over why it was a pivotal zone. A couple of reasons. So let's go on the hourly. No, the 4 hour. That is not right. I'm not sure why it's... What is this lag? What is this? So what I wanted to say was there's actually the point of control that we tapped into, but now on my chart, when I readjust it, for some reason, it's not showing the same. One moment, guys. This is very strange to me. So this is how it was looking. When Bitcoin was up here, we discussed the idea that it could be a good long setup if we are to get a dump into this region because we had a lot of liquidity piling up. We also tapped into the 200-week moving average, which can act as support in bear markets, this staircasey up line, along with the uptrending anchored VWAP from the low. So this was a very good confluence long setup. If you're in the community and you took this long trade, my non-financial advice is it should already have your stop loss at break even, because we know that in bear markets, Bitcoin can easily break down fast. TradingView just has a mind of its own sometimes. All right, let's go through some comments. The stock market will open in the next 10 minutes. If you haven't already, Legends, make sure to join the community because that's where I share all of my own personal trades. All the trades that you see me take, the ones that I'm still sitting in, that I'm ready to add to, are shared within the community. Speaking of which, if you DM me the keyword BTC and you join through Bluffin, through the Telegram, you're actually able to get VIP 3 for 7 days. Normally this requires millions of dollars in trading volume, probably hundreds of millions in trading volume, but this is a new exclusive promotion if you join through my Telegram. Otherwise, the bonuses are the same. Let's give a recap of the trade that I discussed in my previous video before we go through the comments. So real quick, I closed my hype long position. From the last live stream, you know that I entered a long on hype with 1.5% of my trading portfolio. This trade was also shared within the community. Now, that trade got invalidated, therefore I had to close the trade. Zia says, thank God you closed your Tau trade, but guys, I did not close my Tau trade. Look, this trade was shared within the community. Average entry 285. The mark price is now 192. This one is up over 6 figures as well. So, like I said in my last video update, and I don't know if you guys tuned into it, it was a pretty quick one. To make 6-figure wins, you end up having 5-figure losses. That's just how trading goes. It's just the name of the game. And if you're trading with less capital, same rule of thumb. If you're trading with more capital, same rule of thumb. There are multiple people that I know that make millions per trade, which I'm nowhere near that stage yet. And they take on multiple 6-figure losses to get to those $1 million wins. So it's all about perspective and how your portfolio makes sense for you. So Zia Talk said, bro, you told you would take profit at 85. No, I did not. That is not true. So if you go to Tau, this was my next take profit zone. Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. We did not hit the level that I was looking for. We just about wicked into it. But the thing with these trades, and Zia talks, based on your comment, it shows me that you're probably not in my community. The thing with these trades is I take profits when they go in the direction that I want them to. And that allows me to just remain in the trade and keep a portion of the position open for the next take profit zones. So I have already made $63,000 on my Tau short position. So I'm effectively waiting for lower, and I'm happy to wait for lower because I do ultimately think that the market will break down. My higher time frame trajectory is still something along these lines. Still. Yes, yesterday while I was traveling, there was a very good longing opportunity, which I know that a lot of community members took it based on the analysis that I provided, but stop loss has to be at break even. This is a tricky situation. I would like to see higher, to be perfectly clear. That would be my ideal scenario, Bitcoin going above $70,000 for me to be willing to add to my existing short positions. But until now, I'm pretty comfy. All right, let's go through some comments quickly. We got 7 minutes until the stock market opens. How is the camera looking? How is the lighting looking? Okay. Above $70,000. Looks like I have a little bit of bedhead. Lovely. Lovely. We're going to be here for a while, so we'll have to get used to it. Okay. Let's do the pop-out chat. Pop-out chat. Milan Roy. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are in the travel apartments. All right. Let me just move this off to the side, legends. Let's pop open the charts. Let's click on Bitcoin. This should be a very volatile day. Next trades will be shared within the community, guys. And if there is a scalp to take on stream, perhaps I will do that as well. So let's go through it. Let's go through it. Let's say hi to everyone. Wow, a lot of you are here. Welcome, welcome. I hereby declare you are audible. Thank you, Archie. I appreciate it. Thank you, Trula, handsome guy. My man. Loud and clear. W background. August will be low. Doesn't mean it has to start that way. Gemma Gov, I completely agree. I completely agree. We've seen that in bear market relief rallies, in the summer relief rallies in particular, we can actually pump into August, and that would bode over very well to add to my existing short positions. So maybe, just maybe, July closes green, or I shouldn't say maybe, it's highly likely that July closes green based on what we've seen from the historical data that we have available to us. And we also know that August can start out green. So if Bitcoin does manage to get a significant move above 60, 66, 67, 68, above 69 into the 70s, I start to become very, very interested in adding to my existing swing shorts. Closed all longs this morning, now short. Interesting vocal nomad. Pump and dump. Wow, commitment. Yes, guys, that's one thing that I can guarantee you. I will keep on filming my content and I will keep on doing these live streams wherever I go. Now, a criteria for when I travel is, does the Airbnb have good Wi-Fi? So I always check in with the host, Airbnb, hotel, whatever it is. So here we are. The connection should be good. A little bit of a different setting, but we have the portable monitor, we have the camera, and we're ready to go. I have some coffee, I have some water, and this is going to be a long one. Looks bearish, we already dumped. Rates will be held. New Fed chair doesn't offer much in the way of forward guidance. That is also true. So we know that the new Fed chair, Warsh, doesn't offer much forward guidance. But we also know that the probabilities for this meeting is that there is simply no change in terms of rate cuts or rate hikes. It'll stay exactly the same. It's likely. But with the most recent economic data that came out, as of September, there's now an 80% chance that we get rate hikes. So that is something that we have to contend with. Get Starlink. Yeah, Jose John, guys, I'm going to be honest. Starlink is not good enough for very, very long live streams, at least in my experience. So it's easy to say, hey, get Starlink, and I'm more than happy to pay, even if it was thousands of dollars a month, to get the perfect connection wherever I go. But unfortunately, sometimes it's just not possible. Let's make some money. Morning, Professor Crypto, locked in. Cali Compiler, yes sir, we are locked in. Has anyone took a trade while they were driving? Sometimes the market is moving hard at the most inconvenient times. I've definitely done that before, but not now that I'm in my swing trading era. Absolutely not. What's up, my bro? Are you going to go until the FOMC meeting today? Looks like we're in for a big one today. Absolutely. Minimum, I would say 6-hour live stream, guys. But you'll have to bear with me. Probably in a couple hours, I'll make some kind of protein yogurt, something like that in the background. So you'll have to accept that. I'm already getting hungry and I haven't eaten a thing before we've started. Yep, I'm planning to join your community through Kraken. Lovely. Guys, if you didn't know, legends, you can now join the community through Kraken. I personally still trade on Bluffin as my main exchange, but you can join through Kraken. If you already have an account, just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, say that you're using another exchange, and then you'll be able to use your existing Kraken account to join my community. Otherwise, I trade on Bluffin mainly. Now the stock market is going to open in 30 seconds from now. Let's pull up a couple charts. We have the gold chart up here. We have the FOMC Bitcoin chart. We have the shorter term Bitcoin chart. Let's see. 10 seconds. Nick Tooney said he would relong hype here. I'm kind of content right now, but I'll let you know if I decide to do anything. Stock market is officially open. Stock market is officially open. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, this is an interesting one. This is an interesting question, guys. So someone in the community, as you guys know, I recently took a hype long trade. That trade got invalidated. We've discussed this before. You know me, I will always tell you when a trade hits a loss, when a trade hits a win. I'm very vocal about my trades. And I think that that's in everyone's best interest because you can see how I operate in the market. But I recently had a community member that reached out to me and said, and you might be watching, my man, that said that he is net long in the market. And this can be used as a learning experience. It doesn't matter how bullish you may have been at the lows, because guys, I was very bullish at $58,000 and this trade is still up around 90K total. This one was shared within the community. I was never net long. So what this means is, even though I entered a decent long at the lows, I was still not net long because I still have way more short exposure in this market. And the reason is simple. I still believe we are in a bear market. I still believe that although relief rallies can happen, we end up trending lower. So that's the general mentality from bull to bear market. When we do enter that bull phase, or when we start to establish that bear market bottom, which I don't believe has been met yet, I become net long. But until we see that, I'm not willing to be net long in this market. Nice pump for Bitcoin. I hope that makes sense, right? So when you're in a bear market, it makes sense to be net short, even if you have a couple of longs along the way. Daniel says, you're smart for that. Still making money both ways is devious. I mean, I don't, again, I think I've mentioned this before, guys, but when I started my crypto community, the one that you hear me talk about all the time where you just trade with your own money and you can join, first link in the description, by the way, I was pretty shocked at how many people were genuinely scared to go long. And then I had tons of messages for people that were shorting this bear market relief rally when we were at 90K, when we were at 80K, saying, dude, you've opened my eyes to the crypto markets. I can't believe I could have just shorted this kind of price action this whole time. And to me, like, that was baffling to hear because, of course, you can go long, you can go short. But I think a lot of people, they either go long or they don't do anything. But why not make money on the way down as well? If you're in a structural 1 year bear market, you know, it doesn't have to be exactly 1 year, but in general, this is how things have been moving in crypto. Why not take advantage of the price movement to the downside? So yeah, it was an eye opener for sure, for sure. And I can tell you what's going to happen is if Bitcoin does end up going lower, I think that people will get to the point where they start calling for ridiculous price targets like below 30K, below 20K. And they're going to start saying these kinds of things. And I can assure you that that's not what I think will happen. At that point, when everyone has finally given up on crypto, that is the moment where the bear market bottom establishes itself. And slowly but surely into 2027, I think we will see Bitcoin back above 6 figures. And I think we will see new all-time highs for Bitcoin. But for now, we have to trade the market that is right in front of us. And the market that is right in front of us is choppy price action to the upside, bear market relief rallies, and then in half the time, we dump more aggressively. This was a little bit of a fake out here. There's a chance again that we can pop back up. I'm open to that. Clammy Sparks. Krypton Dawn, if you're gonna pick go long, bears always lose to the bulls eventually. Krypton Dawn, I agree that over the long term, being stupidly bullish makes you the most money in the long term. But when it comes to actually leverage trading, be careful with that attitude. I'm telling you, man, it's something that you have to be careful with. You don't need to pick one. Okay. I think that's why shorting feels so good. It's that eureka moment. Says, one sec. Let's pop this up. Looks kind of choppy at the moment. Rex Blaze says, yes, Matsir, after listening to you, I was like, what am I doing here since 2022? Hey, Matt, what are your current pray right now for a potential short long if you have any. My shorting zone, I need to see Bitcoin back above $69,000, which might sound ridiculous to you guys. However, my longing zone has actually just hit. So this was hit within the community. We discussed it as a key confluence zone. And this is why I say the community is for those of you that know how to make your own decisions in this market. When you see the confluence on the chart that you're looking for, and it aligns with what I've highlighted as confluence, this was such a great long entry. Very, very nice stuff. Right at the point of control of this range. Legends, if you want to join the community, you know where to find me. Just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join. It is a community where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. A lot of members have been enjoying it, and I'm a swing trader, to remind you guys. So it's not me entering 18 trades a day. That is not my cup of tea. All right. So FOMC is in several hours from now. We're trying to reclaim this trend line here. I'm not a big trend line guy, but you can see, technically speaking, this is creating the argument for a higher low. Sorry. Yes, a higher low. A little bit of a fake out from the trend line, and then we went and tried to reclaim it. But we have to see how this 4-hour candle closes. Wow. It's going to be choppy. It's going to be dumpy, pumpy today. It's going to be a very, very interesting day. Someone said Macron hit my level. We did hit my level. We did. Providing what? 7% bounce? Not bad, but right now this is a pretty ugly candle. So let's see if we can confirm here. If we manage to hold above the anchored VWAP, I'm happy with it. Oh, Legends. Legends, I have to share something with you that is very, very exciting. So, you know that on every live stream, every video, I talk about this tool that I use called MindPillar. It's a tool that you can use to make more informed decisions in the market, and we're building it out to be a tool for traders and investors. Now, the great thing about MindPillar, if you're already in my community, you can get access to the premium version of this tool where you can see stuff like order flow on the lower time frames, like footprint, the CVD charts with all the relevant details for short-term trade entries, long-term trade entries. You get all of this for free. So the way that it works is you have to be signing up with one of my affiliate exchange links. If you've already signed up to literally any of these down below, you get access to this MindPillar here. You click it and you get access. Now, there's free access and there's paid access. But if you're already trading within my community, you get the trader plan, which is free. This doesn't require you to make payments. So what this actually means is, as long as you're trading, you will always get access to these tools that we've been talking about on the channel time and time again, and that we will continue to develop. That is an added perk to also joining the community. To join the community, you have to sign up to any of these links down below, and you start trading on there as you normally do. I would recommend making Bluffin your go-to exchange if you can, but we have other options. And you get access to the community, you get the bonuses, and you also get full premium access to MindPillar, basically indefinitely. So I hope you guys enjoy that. We're going to keep building this out to be the best possible tools for traders and investors. Now, some of you are confused what I mean by traders and investors. This is more from a trading perspective, looking at something like the footprint, open interest, the cumulative volume delta. So the CVD here is helpful for trading, where you can see if the bullish or bearish CVD divergences play out. But from an investment standpoint, I know that there's some of you that aren't traders. Most of you are, but some of you aren't traders. And you can look at tools like this to give you basically insight as to how the market is playing out. And right now, we're literally doing exactly what Bitcoin always does in bear markets. So we've had a low established at the beginning of the year. And then we have that relief rally, then we dump and sweep these lows, and what typically happens is another low materializes. That can be exemplified in Bitcoin's drawdown from all-time high. You can look at it from a stacked cyclical perspective, but we also have the fact that the Bitcoin balanced and realized price have not been tapped into this cycle. So the realized price is currently sitting right at around just below $53,000, which I think can be hit this year. And we also have the balance price, which is actually below 40K. Now that doesn't have to hit, but every cycle thus far, it's been hit. So let's see how this plays out. But these are the kind of tools that you can use from an investment standpoint. We also have historical risk levels for Bitcoin. So usually when you're in this deep blue zone, it basically means that from a risk metric perspective, Bitcoin is a little bit more attractive than it would be if it's up here. You know, when you see that Bitcoin is at these tops into the red, high risk, that basically means that the bubble could be close to popping. I haven't talked about this chart on the channel, but this is also accessible through the link in the description down below. This one right here with the little light bulb. I'd recommend you guys check it out. It's free and there's the premium plan. So if you don't want to sign up with my affiliate exchange link, you don't need to. But the best access to that tool is done if you're already trading with me. And you basically paste in your UID like you did to join my community, and you get access to the tool. But what you'll notice is that this cycle, Bitcoin did not get into this red risk metric, this red risk level. And what this means is we did not have that euphoric top that a lot of people were hoping for. We still entered relatively risky levels, like when you're in yellow, but you can see that it just never managed to explode to the upside. So one of the arguments that a lot of people have made is, especially the perma bulls, one of the arguments has been, well, we didn't have the euphoric top, therefore, why can't this be the bear market low? Why can't $58,000, where we longed within the community, be the bear market low? Did I catch the bear market bottom with this long? In my opinion, no, I didn't. Would I like this to be the bear market bottom? I mean, yes and no, but I don't think I caught the bear market bottom. I don't think that the drawdown that we've seen is sufficient enough for us to call for a bear market bottom. Normally, it's within 10 percentage points from the previous cycle. So first cycle, 93% drawdown. Second cycle, 85% drawdown from bull market top to bear market bottom. Then 84%, 1 percentage difference. Then 77%, 7%. You're telling me 54% drawdown from all-time high is the bottom? And this is why the rallies in bear markets, especially in this bear market, I find at least, have been a lot more choppy to the upside than in previous bear markets. And look, we're trying to hold this trend line because it's just not as volatile to the upside or to the downside. So what this means is you chop out both sides of the market until eventually the flush occurs. And this price action is conducive to a flush occurring relatively soon. And we will trade this in the community. That I can guarantee you. So remember what happened in the last range. Staircase up, elevator down. You've seen me make this analogy before, but what basically happens is Bitcoin chops to the upside for over 3 months, and then within half the time we create a new low. 1 month, less than a third of the time. So you could see how quickly these kinds of moves happen. I think everyone is waiting for this move. I think that now that Bitcoin is pumping, there's a lot of people doubting this relief rally. And that's why it also was a good idea to enter along right around this zone, the confluence zone that we highlighted within the community. And to be fair, I highlighted it in the community, but I also did talk about it on the YouTube channel at length. Because it can just grind up and convince you on every drop that it's over, we're going lower. And then it continues its uptrend only for us to get a massive rejection when everyone finally flips bullish. Okay, maybe that was the bear market bottom, and then we just drop aggressively. So anyways, those are my thoughts. Holding the long, holding the shorts, comfy in my positions. And we'll look for a new opportunity. Jay Beers, my man, how are you? Moro says, I see some opinion, people talking about Bitcoin will bottom at 30K. Opinion on this. I don't think that we're going to go as low as 30K. I think there's a chance that we can go below 40K, but I will most certainly not wait that long to accumulate Bitcoin. All right, we got some questions on the stream as we watch this price action develop. All right. So, someone asks, tutorials for MindPillar? Yes, I will be filming a tutorial for MindPillar. What's the best risk to reward ratio? This is an interesting one because I personally look for some big trades when it comes to a swing trading perspective. However, I also know very, very successful traders based out of Dubai that swear by 1-to-1 risk to reward. Some people disagree with that, but at the end of the day, the profits and the money does not lie. So it really depends on what you're looking for. I have seen very profitable traders with 1-to-1 risk to reward because they are higher probability setups. I've also seen a lot of successful traders with literally a 30%, even lower, 30, 25% win rate. But when they take the loss, it is way less significant than the win. And so one win basically pays off 10 potential losses or something like that. 8 potential losses. So it really, really depends. There is no answer to that question. There's no best risk to reward ratio because depending on your strategy, you can be profitable either way. Now that might sound crazy. I know a lot of people are obsessed with minimum 2-to-1 risk to reward. And I myself personally aim for the highest risk to reward possible, of course. But the facts are the facts, and people can be profitable both ways. All right, sounds risky. Nikita says 1-to-1 risk to reward is not true if you consider the fees. Guys, I don't know, like I get it. I get it. People are concerned about fees and stuff, but I rarely am concerned with fees. Like on my trades, if I'm up multiple 6 figures, I will pay thousands of dollars in fees, even with the VIP tiers. That's just how it works. So yeah, it really depends, right? It depends on the capital. Someone says, in my case, 1 to 1.5 is goated, perhaps. Sharp Skill, will you ever consider going over calls you've made in the group before and explaining your thoughts on whether it worked out? Yes, I can. I guess I could do that. I could scroll back and do that. That could be interesting. That could be interesting. I don't know if that's interesting to some of you because a lot of people, if my trade plays out, they're happy. And if my trade doesn't play out, they're unhappy. And they don't really care about the retro, the post-mortem. Sounds risky. I don't know, man. Some people are able to play with that kind of risk to reward. Cali Compiler says, don't be picky on your Bitcoin spot purchases or it could risk missing a good price. Personally, I'm just waiting for below 50K on my next round of accumulation. Keyword there, he says next round of accumulation because Cali Compiler has already accumulated Bitcoin. Legends, if you've been in the community since the start of the bear market, when Bitcoin was above $126,000, we were vocal about Bitcoin going below $60,000. If you manage to wait for Bitcoin to dump over 50% from its all-time high, it's a perfectly reasonable level to have accumulated Bitcoin sub 60K. We talked about this at length. So I know that some of you have been in the community for a while. It was a great opportunity to add a little bit. And that's that. Exactly. Fees are only a concern if you are scalping with small price movement. But if you have larger targets, then fees don't matter. That's true. That's true. Jose John says, well, with 50x leverage, you can triple your money on a single 4% move. That's a 1 to 3 risk. 5x on a decent 8% move. I don't know, my man. You can, but I would recommend you use proper risk management. Guys, the funding rate for Bitcoin right now, is negative. How is the leverage looking in this market? We had a lot of shorts jumping in on this footprint. We have some liquidity to the upside. Potential bearish CVD divergence playing out here. Let's see. But ultimately, let's do a quick refresh. Some shorts jumping in. Got some longs jumping in too, guys. Chop, chop, chop. Do. Macron just tapped into its anchored VWAP. All right. Still rocking it with the banger customer service holding music. Let's see. Show Pew. Show Pew. Show Pew says, "Hi Matt, I might have jumped apart. How can we access the trader version in MindPillar as community members?" So the way that it works is, you know, when you joined my community, you had to provide a UID. That UID basically gives you access as long as you're active. So what this means is, If you go here, you create a MindPillar account after clicking this link in the description down below. Click this, and then when you go to your MindPillar account, you'll have an option here. Right now, I'm already trader, but you can click on Get Trader, and then basically you just paste your UID. Let's say you signed up with me on Bluffin and you're trading on there actively. It will verify and give you access to Trader. That's how it works. I'll give an update in my community as well, guys. And by the way, if you want to join the community, just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram. Remember, it's a group where you're not paying me to join the group. You're trading with your own capital. So you just have to be on any of these exchanges down below, and you can start getting access to that group where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. Bitcoin is getting a little bit of a move. I'm still in my Bitcoin long. This is going to be choppy today, isn't it? Chopzilla. Hey Matt, did you buy Macron? No, I did not. No, I did not. Talha, I don't know if you're in the community, but guys, here's the thing that I want everyone to understand about my community. And it's the reason why I've structured it in the way that I've structured it. Because you're not paying a monthly membership or anything like that, it removes stress from me in the sense of I don't need to always feel like something needs to be shared because it's basically just what I'm doing in the market. There are several days where I'm not doing anything in the market. I still highlight opportunities, but because it's technically a group where you're not paying a monthly subscription, it removes that burden of always feeling like, oh, I need to come up with something for the community, because at the end of the day, oftentimes I sit on my hands as a swing trader. If I've mentioned things like, for example, this Bitcoin confluence zone, full transparency, I was traveling. I did not take this long trade. I did not. But I pointed out this zone as being an excellent longing zone when we were all the way up here. And we got a very significant bounce from the zone. And I know that those of you that can actually trade the markets took that opportunity. So there's times where, yeah, I share my own trades. I mean, I share all of my own trades. Any trade that I take in the market is shared within my group. But I also point out some potential opportunities where we could get bounces like this zone. And honestly, I want to keep the structure like that because it removes stress from my side, because I don't want to have a paid group like a lot of these other guys have, where basically you literally have to join and pay like $200 a month. It's just, it removes the stress, guys. You're trading with your own money. I share what I do when I do it. And then that's that. Okay. Tomorrow should be very interesting as well with PCE and GDP coming out. Very true. I'm making a mess. Multi-hedge or same? I don't know if I guess crypto K91. I guess you're asking if I'm hedging in this market, and the answer is yes. So I have my big Bitcoin short, which reminder guys, within the community, I'm preparing myself mentally to add to my existing short. I am. And then I have my Bitcoin long from the lows. If I was able to execute on a trade to add to my long, I would have liked to enter here, which is what we pointed out in the community. But I don't really stress because if I'm traveling, it is what it is, right? It is what it is. We got a very nice bounce. Cali Compiler says best trades are when you are on an airplane and still manage to get an awesome entry. Risky, but epic. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But now with some of these airplanes, particularly some of the Emirates ones, have Starlink. So you actually have very good internet connection. New background, says John. John, I am traveling, and wherever I go, I try to get a decent spot where I can record my live streams and my content. And Nikita asked me, do you bring your camera stuff wherever you go? The answer is yes, I do. I do. Because if something happens and I want to update you guys on it, or we have a major event, I drop all my plans, and here we are. FOMC is today. I could be ripping some tennis right now, but it's fun. It's fun to do a nice long live stream, spend some time with you guys, and I'll hang out with my friends afterwards. All right. So we're kind of just chopping around here. There is no edge at this point. 5 minutes, structurally still looking strong. Dedication in a nutshell. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And guys, this is going to get even better in my opinion. I think that you can expect hedging doesn't cancel out. Your short can be way heavier than your long, noob. I don't know if you're talking about me, but my short is way heavier than my long. And I've already taken profits on both positions, my man. What camera setup? A lot of you guys are asking about the camera. So my camera is a Sony FX30, and I've attached a lens to it. It's a solid one. It's a solid one because it doesn't overheat. So genuinely, guys, I could leave the camera on indefinitely. It's plugged into the wall. All right, gotcha. Smoking cigs. I've entered a short trade, guys, from 64.6. Wish me luck. Right here, I guess. Interesting. Guys, if there was ever a day to not take on any aggressive positions in this market, today would be the day. So if you are taking on some trades and you want to have fun with the volatility, totally fine. Just understand that there can be some violent wicks in both directions. particularly as we get closer and closer to FOMC. So we're going to watch the FOMC live in this live stream, which, reminder, it's in approximately 4 hours from now. 4.5. Jean de Machin says, and thankfully, Jean de Machin, I know you well. Some of you guys, like if you're new to watching me stream or watching the channel in general, if you say comments like this, I'll be like, bro, what is this guy talking about? But because I know some of you guys, like I recognize a lot of you, I know that Jean de Machin is just joking here. But he says, for those of you who think that the bear market is over, joke's on you. I'm waiting for a sweep of the 15K lows. Aren't we all? Aren't we all? The funny thing is, if we actually did do that and hit 15K lows, I think everyone would absolutely freak out and people would be too scared to buy. Gemma Gov, I'm still long from 59K. As am I. In the community, we longed at 58,000, and I am also still long. But don't be foolish, guys. Always take profits from your positions. Always. Not financial advice. Nothing that I discuss in my live streams, within my group, in the video updates should be construed as financial advice, because at the end of the day, you have to remember that I am literally just a guy on the internet sharing all of his own personal trades and his overall market analysis. And I have to say this, guys, because some of you, if I say that I'm considering a long, you would be surprised. There's some people that will message me saying, bro, I took my entire account and went long. Like, trading is not easy. I try to simplify it for you guys through what I do in the markets. And so if I can show you what I'm doing in the market and it's helpful, I have done my job, in my opinion. Hey Matt, it's Fed Day. We need your glasses today. Oof. You need my glasses. Well, good thing I have my glasses. Fouadi says, FYI, I love your Pringles ad on TikTok. No, how did you find me on TikTok? No. For those of you that don't know, I used to do football content on TikTok, and Pringles paid me for a sponsorship. Guys, I'll throw on the glasses in a minute. I still have this nice daylight coming in. I'm not super close to the screens. It feels nice. Feels nice right now. But I gotta protect the eyes. They'll come on shortly. Legends, we're preparing a new trade within the community, so if you want to join and see how I've been operating in this market and when I am potentially taking a new trade, remember you have the first link in the description down below. DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join that group. It's where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. A reminder, you trade with your own capital. You are not paying a monthly subscription to join this group. That's not how it works. You trade with your own money. If I had a lot less capital, what leverage would I be using on my trade? Leverage is irrelevant, guys. Leverage is irrelevant. It has nothing to do with... It's the percentage of your trading portfolio that you're risking. So for example, we've done this example multiple times. If you have a $10,000 portfolio and you're risking 1%, you should only be risking $100 per trade. What this means is if your stop loss or invalidation is met, then you lose out on $100. So it's the loss that you're calculating. Whether you do 100x leverage or 4x leverage, it doesn't matter. It's that $100 that you're risking. Hello, girl has it all. Okay, girl has it all. I can't remember if your name is Jesse or if it's Jessica. Please, please confirm. It's one of the two. It has to be. Because you said just call me Jess. Call me Jess. Jess? I'm gonna go with Jess. I'm locking in the answer. Jess. Jay Beers says, what do you mean, bro? I mean, so for example, let's say I want to risk on a Bitcoin long and I entered a long, I have my stop loss here, right? If I have $100,000 to trade with and I'm trading with 1% of my trading portfolio, if price were to hit my potential stop loss, I would lose out on $1,000. That's what I mean. So it's not like, I'll show you guys a calculation. Marcia asks, Jessica. Shit. It's Jessica. All right, I'll remember it. It's Jessica now. Awesome. Okay. Marcia asks, when do you decide to move your stop loss to break even? This is a little bit of, call it discretionary trading. I move my stop loss to break even when I see favorable price action. So let's say, for example, if you would have entered a long right here on this 4-hour candle, I would not have moved my stop at break even, because you want to get appropriate price action in the direction before justifying it. So let's say you have this pivot low here and you've entered a long, you've managed to get it right at the point of control, which, reminder guys, this was the long that we discussed within the community, right at the point of control. You entered, your initial target should be this pivot. So as soon as price makes it towards this pivot, I would have moved my stop to break even. And you also would take profits right there. So I am a swing trader, guys, but from a scalping perspective, if I do take scalps, I often move my stop loss to break even almost immediately. Some people don't like that. And from a swing trading perspective, I rarely do it unless price has moved considerably in the direction that I was hoping for. But you have your target, and oftentimes these scalp trades with their stop losses at break even can turn into swing trades. So it really depends how you want to play it. But there's a little bit of, you know, your own discretion involved there. Like if we go to the 1 hour, let's see if I can. Even like, let's say you manage to get this low here and you have a pop up and the 1 hour closes like this, that might even be reasonable enough to have your stop at break even, particularly if you've been scalping. 15-minute chart would probably say something similar. So it is totally up to you, but the way to not stress about it too much is when you enter a trade, you accept that the capital that you're using for that trade, the capital that you're risking is gone. That's like a mental shift that I have when I enter trades. For example, if I enter a trade with 1% of my trading portfolio, assuming my trading portfolio at the time is 2.5 million, call it 3 million for argument's sake and for simplicity, that would mean I'm risking $30,000 on a trade. So you can scale up. There's some people in my group that, for example, are trading with multiple millions of dollars and they have bigger trading portfolios than I do. Like I discussed in my latest video, don't get so fixated on the numbers that you see on the screen, because some people have less capital, some people have more capital, but it's about the risk that you take in proportion to your portfolio size. Trula says, Matt, how much money is required to start trading in professional level? I mean, I don't know. What would you define professional level? It really depends on your definition. Hey Matt, I'm not into watches, but I want to get something classy, nice for myself. What do you recommend with a 10 to 20K budget? Honestly, man, honestly. And I know this is just like a standard thing, but you guys see the watch that I have on? It's not crazy expensive, but it's within that range, Jean de Machine. I think that the Cartier Santos is just a classic. I really, really like it, but maybe I'm biased. So maybe one of those. I don't think that, I'm trying to think. It's a pretty standard answer to your question, unfortunately, but it's just because I like the watch that I have. And it's like my go-to daily one. What's up, guys? Sayamori is in the house. Sayamori's in the house. Check it now, it's pumping and Bitcoin is falling. What do you guys want me to check? Golgo. Hi Matt, if everything is just a simulation, do we still have time to tap 70K considering Bitcoin hit relief rally high? July. Do you still have time to hit 70K? Yes, so I actually think that as long as Bitcoin can continue to create this kind of choppy structure, I think a lot of people will say, hey, it's time for it to dump, and that's when it just extends a little bit higher. I have to be perfectly honest with you guys, and this is this is something that is very, very important for you to understand, and you probably won't want to hear this, but I'm still in a massive Bitcoin swing short, and I need to see the price action that I'm looking for me to justify adding to my existing shorts. Otherwise, we could be in a scenario here where in 1-2 months down the line, I'm telling you guys, hey, I'm still in my big Bitcoin shorts if Bitcoin is like sub 55K, sub 50K. I want to see us at the bare minimum tap into the 2021 all-time high at $69,000. Maybe we get another tap into this downtrending anchored VWAP, but I need to see that for me to justify adding to my short. Otherwise, I simply won't. But this zone is what I would like to see. Maybe it's me being greedy. Remember, guys, and remember, this is something that we have to understand. We went long on Bitcoin. Sorry, we went short on Bitcoin within my community right here. Literally right here. This, I don't know if you remember, when Bitcoin was at 80K, everyone was saying, okay, 85K and then we reject. 84K and then we reject. The reason being, we had this anchored VWAP from literally the all-time high. So these downtrending anchored VWAPs can act as resistance. It's gonna happen, 85K. It's gonna happen, 84K. And the more and more that I saw people were waiting for higher and people were also longing, the liquidity was looking really, really crisp for some downside. Right here, $81,500 is when I entered a new Bitcoin short within the community. And if you don't believe me, check it out. Average entry price, $81,500. We were actually on the live stream when we took this trade. So it really depends on not just what's happening on the charts, but if I can find the right amount of confluence and if I can see that the overall narrative is everyone thinks we're going higher before a potential shorting opportunity. If everyone starts looking at this zone, let's say that Bitcoin makes it, hopefully, above the 69K level, that 2021 all-time high, and we make it to the bull market support band, which could put Bitcoin above 70K temporarily. And then everyone says, we need to hit the 200-day moving average. I probably start scaling in right here. But that's only if we get there, right? That's only if we get there. And the scaling would be me adding to my existing short position. But we will take that trade and any other trades within the community. So I would highly recommend you guys join. You get access to the Mind Pillar tools. You get access to literally everything. Nick Tooney says everyone is calling for 74K. I think it won't happen. That's possible, guys. If everyone's calling for 74K, maybe it just doesn't happen. Crypto K91 says, I'm on VIP 3. Do I have to watch your YouTube every time? No, you don't. You don't have to do anything, man. Trula, I can't give you an answer. You're asking me how much money is required to start trading in professional level. Like, what does that even mean, guys? Would you consider me a professional? Just because I have a couple million in the portfolio for trading purposes, it does not make me a professional. What do you... I guess a professional is classified by their certifications. I guess they have to have a family office with tens of millions, 20 million, like 100 million. What is... I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But what I do know is that you don't need to be a professional to make money in this market, right? Exactly. Macau entered the short and he's printing. I think he means trading as a sole source of income. Okay. Well, then I guess I'm a professional, right? FOMC is in 4 hours from now. The market is dumping because I took a long. Let's take a look at gold. Gold is dumping. Gold is dumping. Still not at my zone. Nick Tooney says, could you check SpaceX for a second? I feel like it's been stuck between 100 to 110 for over a week now. Seems like a reversal is forming. I mean, the thing is, like, this was, it's so difficult to tell, guys. Like, if you ask me, what is my edge? What is my edge with this asset? I don't have one, right? And that's part of being a trader. I cannot tell you where this thing would go. Now, one could argue that because yesterday we had a daily close above this prior wick to the downside, perhaps we get more confirmation higher. So we had 2 daily closes above that level. So perhaps the reversal could be coming. It was a strong daily candle. Maybe we pull back a little bit more. But guys, yeah, sorry guys. Rich RMF. He said, what did I say? You guys are asking about, good morning, Matt. Have you talked about MU yet? I see it has hit the anchored VWAP. So some of you were asking me why I was talking about Micron. And the reason was because I was waiting for a tap into its anchored VWAP. But legends, like, it's not a blind long here. Look at this 4-hour candle. You know, yesterday we tapped into the anchored VWAP and we had a 7% pump with leverage on the crypto exchanges that I use, which you can all access. 7% pop. That's a pretty good move. Now we're starting to get acceptance below the anchored VWAP. No reclaim, no trade. It's as simple as that for me. This is not something that I want to long because how much further can it go? We have the bull market support band down here, right? So don't go crazy on that unless we see a relevant reclaim. Nino says you shorted at 64.6K with 150x just for fun with $100. Legend. Legend. Guys, what is everyone thinking here? Do we get one more push up or is that the top? Because it does make sense that we're getting a bit of a red candle this week. We've been up literally for the past 4 weeks. It's been nothing but up on the highest time frames. So what do we think? Do we think we get another pop up? Do we grab some of that upside liquidity that's been building over the past 90 days? Because check it, there is a lot of upside liquidity, guys. This is even on the 90 days. 3-month time frame. Do we get that cluster? What do we think? What do we think? 143 likes and 401 watching. No good. Guys, destroy that like button if you haven't already. There's 400 of you here. 400 of you here. And we're at 142 likes. Unreal, guys. Let's get to 200 likes easily. Easily. It takes 3 seconds to hit that like button, and it helps the channel out massively. Gemma Gov, I tend to agree. Nino, I don't know what you're saying here, because Nino says, have you ever considered that maybe we can't have a summer relief rally this cycle? And everyone is fooled. Legends, to be perfectly clear with you, number one, in the community, we longed Bitcoin below $60,000. I'm still in that swing long position. Number two, this is a summer relief rally. We're up 10% in July. That is a summer relief rally. Now, is it the biggest of summer relief rallies? No. But this is still, after a couple months of drawdown, a reasonable rally. So let's not kid ourselves. If we were to reject from here, I would have considered that a summer relief rally. I mean, from the low, it's a significant move. I'm hoping for higher, but this is still a summer relief rally, guys. So I would say that the question itself is not accurate. You know what? It looks ugly, really ugly. Very true, Fouadi. Very true. Hi, Matt. One of your community members here. Question: how would you recommend looking at your trades when I am not in a good short? Should I stay more patient and wait to see the market close? Wait to see what the market does? That's a good question. So you're in, are you saying, just for clarification, you're saying that you're in no shorts? Is that the case? Because I'm currently in, out of my 5 active positions, I'm literally in 4 shorts. So if you're in absolutely no shorts, this is a tricky predicament. And in that case, I think patience makes most sense. You can try to scalp here and there, but from a swing trading perspective, where we're at on the chart right now, this is not an easy zone. Hi, Matt. Off topic, casual. Did you watch the Odyssey? Is it Odyssey? Odyssey in IMAX, and how did you like it? No, I did not watch it, but I plan to watch it. I will get back to you on whether I like it or not, but I have a feeling I will. I've had a lot of friends that have watched it and said that it's great. Okay, so you're in no shorts and you joined after I did my short trades. Yeah, then I would say patience. Like for example, a high probable trade setup. Like in my community, you guys know, if you're part of the community, that we talked about the confluence zone at 60. Where is it? Here, where Bitcoin basically got this move from. This was a high probability long setup. That's why I've talked about this confluence zone 2 to 3 times within the community. That was a good entry. But here, there is no edge. Can this roll over? Yes. Can it pop back up? Yes. So this is why you wait with FOMC to see if there's any kind of clarity on the charts. We know that with FOMC, typically what happens is this the correct chart? One moment. That is not the correct chart. This one. We reverse the moves. So the local top might be in, but I still want to see a push higher. Sometimes nothing really happens. Maybe we end up squeezing a little bit higher and then coming down. My base case is still that we come down though. Glad you told them to wait. No need to rush a trade. Legends, that's if you know me, you know that I don't rush into trades, and I am not someone that will say, hey guys, you know those influencers, that say things like, on the day that Bitcoin has pumped $4,000, they'll post a video and say, long now, I'm buying Bitcoin. The bottom is most definitely in. That is not me. So if you're looking for a bullshit guy to follow, someone that will tell you to short when the market has already dumped 20%, and someone that will tell you to long when the market has already pumped 20%, you're watching the wrong channel. In fact, when we took this long trade within my community, I had a lot of DMs saying, bro, what are you doing? Why would you long here? Bitcoin is dumping. We're going to low 50Ks. But we had already dumped significantly. So it's in fact the opposite. When we get the 20% dump, it's highly likely that you hear me say something along the lines of, now is a good opportunity to long. And when we get the 20% pump, well, the opposite is also true. Now is a good opportunity to short. You gotta counter trade these people on the internet. It'd be funny to do like an inverse influencer trading signal. You select a couple of guys, you put them into your indicator, and it gives you long or short signals. Anyways. You earned a like from me on this one. G7 Films, thank you for joining in the live stream. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Jean de Machine says, I heard that indulging yourself in coffee, cigarettes, and sparkling water boosts your trader IQ by 217%. Interesting. I mean, I do indulge myself in some coffee, but I do not smoke. Who does that? We want names. I'm not going to call anyone out, guys. I will not call anyone out. Hi. I'm a graphic designer with 11 years of experience. I'm unemployed in Norway and seeking a 10K opportunity to start spot trading. I can offer professional design services in return. No, thank you. I don't understand what your question is, but guys, I make enough money trading the market, so I don't offer like one-to-one and stuff. The closest thing that I offer to one-to-one is if you're in my community and you're trading with, I have 3 categories. As you know, you need to be trading with a minimum of $500 to be able to join the community. But any questions that I get from community members that join with that amount of capital, I typically try to address the group as a whole. So I'm not really answering Telegram messages because I have thousands of people reaching out to me. However, if you're trading with 25K, you get added to a folder, which I call priority folder number 3. If you're trading with over 100K, you get added to priority folder number 2. And if you're trading with over $500,000, which we have now at this point, somewhere between 15 to 20 members that are trading over that threshold, you get added to priority number 1. And basically what this means is it's the order in which I answer your messages on Telegram. So if you're a big trader, you want to join my community, I'm happy to add you to those folders, and then you're good to go. But you don't need to trade with that kind of capital to join my community. It's just I've tried to be selective about how I use my attention in answering people. So the more capital that you're trading with, naturally, the more I am willing to answer you. So that's kind of how it works. And I'll send you voice messages and things like that, just my thoughts on the market. Obviously, it isn't direct financial advice. I'm not allowed to do that legally, but I try to guide you as best as I can. And yeah, so honestly, if you're looking to start trading the market, I don't take I don't have any kind of paid services like this. And if I did, it would have to be more than that for it to actually be worth the time, because I do really value my flexibility. So basically, I'd recommend you just join the community, and no rush. You could see how I'm trading the market and see if it suits you. Guys, my community is not a paid membership. It's a community where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis, and you're trading with your own capital. Let's see what happens here. Bitcoin is kind of just chugging along. I just think that it's just building up liquidity on both sides of the market here. If you grew your account from a small size to 25K, would you, and how would you be added to folder 3? Oh, you just DM me on Telegram. So I have team members that help me go through my messages because I have thousands of them. Like, guys, I'm not capping. And I'm very thankful that I can make this kind of impact, but I genuinely have a lot of people reaching out on a daily basis. It's physically impossible for me to get back to everyone. When I first created my community, I was answering everyone's messages all the time. And I was only publishing videos on YouTube. I wasn't doing like the live streams. So I had a lot more time on my hands, but now I think the live streams are the best way to do it. But if you DM me and you're currently trading with over 25K, then yes, you can get added to that folder. I'll have team members that check, right? I agree with the contrarian trading approach, but how do you know when most people are bullish, bearish? Just anecdotal evidence. I mean, if you scroll on social media, it's one way to do it, but it's not an exact science. Main thing that I look at is liquidity, and the best thing, try not to scroll Twitter, but rather scroll YouTube, because there's a lot of creators on YouTube that have big, massive followings. And you know, if I'm going for a short and all the big crypto creators are ridiculously bullish, particularly in a bear market, particularly where we've proven time and time again that yes, the 4-year cycle is indeed intact, that is a very good confluence to what I see on the charts. It's not as simple as, oh, this big creator is bullish, therefore I short. You know, you got to use your head, right? That's not how it works. The charts come first, then you start to look for other areas of confluence. And then that's ultimately what allows me to take on such a big position like you're seeing here, where we're up $600,000 on the Bitcoin short trade because I entered with 5% of my trading portfolio, which is a massive trade by my standards. But I saw the confluence I wanted, and so I entered. I was happy with the risk that I took, and I entered the trade. I have once considered using influencers as reverse indicators. They can be very helpful. They can be very helpful, right? So guys, the Clarity Act is a topic that we've addressed. There's now only a 27% chance that the Clarity Act signs into law, and it's because we have other things that are being prioritized at the Senate. So it just shows how much they think of crypto, really. It would be a massive surprise if the Clarity Act gets signed. It would be. And crazy how, like, literally at the beginning of July, we went up to a 55% chance. Now we're sitting at 27% chance. Meanwhile, we have other countries that are pushing forward digital asset frameworks. I know Russia did it. Now we have South Korea saying, like, their Financial Services Commission is looking to pass a unified digital asset framework before year end, consolidating 10 pending bills into a single framework covering stablecoins, exchange rules, and AML requirements. So other countries are on the move when it comes to pushing forward some kind of digital asset framework. We're getting some selling on the Coinbase side of things, but still nothing ridiculous. Still technically in an uptrend here, although you'd want to see some buying start soon if the relief rally can continue. Welcome back, Trula. Silver Moon, when people think it will not pass, that's when they will do it. Yeah, I tend to agree with that. Maybe they're planning to surprise everyone with a sudden Clarity Act pass to take all their short liquidations. Perhaps. The master of FL. Sorry, now I'm losing your question. Sent the same message a few months ago, but when's the day in the life? Legends, I don't want to be one of those creators that flexes, and I wonder if that's how it would come across if I did a day in the life. Some of you guys, you also asked me at the beginning of the stream, one of you asked why I'm always traveling. Do I not like home? No, I love my home. My place is based out of Dubai. But when it comes to the summer months, I try to take advantage of seeing all my friends across various countries. And when you're fortunate enough to be trading the markets as I am, and I have a community like you guys, and what I do is I ultimately trade and I post my content on YouTube, I have the flexibility to do whatever I want. So a day in the life would be something like often me just traveling and me setting up my camera in different Airbnbs and apartments around the world and hanging out with friends. That's it. A lot of my friends have full-time jobs. A lot of them don't. A lot of them are business owners. So I work around that. If my friend has a full-time job where I'm visiting, I trade the market and then I do my content throughout the day. And then once they're done, I'm done. So I can kind of work my schedule around what my friends are doing. And I've been thoroughly enjoying it. It is a little bit exhausting, particularly if you go out at night and then the next day. I know that a lot of you have the expectation of, hey man, like, are you going to post your video? Are you going to do the live stream? But There's nothing more that I love than to do both. It's a great life, guys. It's a great life. I cannot complain. Okay. I like the way you're doing this, Matt. You're saying it just like it is. No hidden agenda. No, guys. That's it. Matt is an anti-LARP. Anti-LARP. DeFi Crypto Bros, are any of your friends trade? Not my Canadian friends, really. Some of them are trying to get into it. But a lot of the guys in the Middle East, in Dubai, those guys are traders. Vlogs are lame, leave it a mystery. And that's the thing, Jose John. Like I genuinely like leaving my life outside of the crypto content a mystery. I do what I want when I want. Believe me, legends, believe me. If I didn't want to be here on stream with you guys, I wouldn't be. But I'll give you an example. Today, I'm going to hang out with my friend after he's done his full-time job. After we're done this live stream, which just happens to be perfect because the FOMC press conference is at 2:30 p.m. I think the interest rate decision occurs at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Then I will stay on the stream and I'll probably play some football tonight. Maybe I'll have time to go to a gym and do that before my friend is off work. But let's see. I'll extend the stream. We'll do a long stream together. Yeah, it's going to be awesome. And then we'll go out tonight and have some fun. Okay. Hey, Matt, I like your watch. What is it? It is a Cartier watch. Santos. Matt, you mean you want to be low-key and rich? I'm low-key in real life. Basically. But the issue with this is when I show you guys my trades and stuff, if the channel continues to grow, it stops staying under the radar, let's say. Simon Daniel Tang says, Matt, this is the best zone here. So many people think it's going to drop and they're shorting just to squeeze up higher. This is what usually happens in relief rallies and bear markets, guys. So what happens is Bitcoin just chops and chops and chops and chops to the upside. And it's unbearable for most because everyone kind of knows or kind of thinks that, okay, surely we're going to get rejected here. Surely we're going to get rejected here. Surely we're going to get rejected here. And then what happens is shorts pile in and pile in and pile in, and price just fails to break down. And we continue the chop, the staircase to the upside, to the upside. Oh, we broke down below the trend. Then we reclaim it slowly to the upside, to the upside. Maybe we have another flush to the upside. Then it's like, oh man, we make it to a big confluence zone. Everyone's eyeing up here. We get rejected from here. And then we dump massively in half the time, like we discussed in the prior range. Chop, chop, chop. Guys, I know the charts are you know, I'm zoomed out a little bit here, but if you go closer and you take a look at what actually happened, legends, from this high in the last relief rally to the low before popping even higher, Bitcoin dumped 15%. I was even open to the idea, because I was already in shorts as well, I was open to the idea of this rally being over. Sweep of the value area low, pump to the upside. So right now, could you imagine, just putting it out there, guys, could you imagine a scenario where Bitcoin basically pumps 15%, What would a 15% dump look like? Could you imagine Bitcoin makes it down to the value area low? That's not even that big of a correction. Genuinely, guys. 9%? Are you kidding me? You saw what happened with the last rally. It's totally possible. So just keep your eyes on that. And then another pop afterwards. This can play out in numerous ways. And I'm happy to play whatever price action is thrown my way. That would be devastating, though. That would be devastating if that happened. I think it would shake out so many market participants. Hey, Matt, another FOMC stream. This is going to be lit. My man. Yeah, it will. We've been basically... Yeah, we're just under 2 hours now that we've been live. My question is getting left out. Nikita, what is your question? Matt, you said to go lowest to 4-hour time frame. I am thinking of using only month, week, day, and 1 hour. Is this a good idea? Guys, whatever time frame you use, just make sure that you're consistent with it. That's all I will say. I sometimes look at the 1 hour, but I think, Nikita, based on your previous messages, you were looking to scalp, and now you're asking more about swing trading timeframes. It's very difficult to trade on the weekly time frame unless you're willing to hold a position for like months. So I rarely use it. Maybe I use it to see if we've tapped into a high confluence potential rejection zone. But in terms of actually entering a given swing trade, somewhere between 4 hour and 1 day is reasonable for me if it's going to be a trade that I plan to hold on to for weeks. Spot trader here. I still think a slight pump and then dump will occur, holding on some Bitcoin until we tap 67K. Then we'll sell some and hopefully buy back more from 55K downwards. Yeah, I mean, viable. Guys, you can also trade the market from a spot portfolio perspective, like STJN is saying here. I just like leverage trading because obviously you can amplify the gains. But I actually know, this is pretty insane. I know some people that have multiple 8 figures and they just do spot. Because for them, when you have that much capital, they buy when it's low, they sell when it's high, they wait. They buy when it's low, they sell when it's high, they wait. And they trade the market in and out of trades exactly like that. But when you have a little bit less capital, like when you're, I don't know, under 8 figures, I think leverage trading makes a lot of sense. Matt, do you ever look at an ETH liquidation leverage, considering there's more cumulative liquidation leverage on ETH rather than Bitcoin? Also, it looks like ETH has much more short liquidation leverage. Yeah, ETH could line up for a good one as well. The one thing I will say with ETH, and I actually think that this cycle, ETH can outperform Bitcoin because it was just greatly underperforming Bitcoin, is, let me see if I could find it for you. I should have ETH Bitcoin. There it is. Check this out. Actually, I have it drawn out. So ETH against Bitcoin is now making the case of a potential double bottom. So we've had this low, we came down into this high confluence zone, and then maybe Maybe we get rejected around here. I don't know. But what I am getting at is I think that this, even if we get rejected over the course of this bear market, this resolves to the upside. I think that there's a strong case to be made that this is the low for ETH against Bitcoin for some time. And so what this means is, in theory, if this is the low, we can expect that after the next potential higher low is formed, wherever that might be, ETH would outperform Bitcoin on a higher time frame, which is crazy because I know we have a lot of ETH haters as well, and rightfully so. I mean, look at this whole cycle. We've just been basically underperforming Bitcoin. So let's see. Could be interesting. And by the way, guys, I will actually look to trade this pair on Bluffin. This is one of the things that I love about Bluffin. Not only can you trade crypto and stocks and S&P 500, anything on here, but you can also trade ETH Bitcoin. And you can do this on a couple other exchanges, but you can also trade Bitcoin dominance. Bitcoin dominance, guys. You remember when I was in a Bitcoin dominance long trade? So you can trade basically anything on here. I love this platform, guys. It's where I have most of my trades open. If you want to join and then also get access to the community, use this link in the description down below. It's the second link. You get 25% off your trading fees. And if you join the community and you join through this first link, you get a 30% fee discount for 7 days. So if you join my Telegram community here, this is where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. Last week, we also took a Bitcoin short within the community at $66,800. And it still looks like for now, that is the local top. So we basically got it to perfection. The only thing that I regret with this trade is that the price was chopping here to the downside and we didn't have any kind of sharp rejection. And so I actually shaved 50% of my position, which is annoying because this trade could have been a six-figure trade. So far, I've secured just over $15,000 and I'm playing with the remainder unrealized profits of $8,000. But it is what it is. We caught the perfect top, locally at least, within the community. Jose John says we're going to start trading cow futures. That would be pretty interesting, wouldn't it? That's true. Hi, Matt. It is now taking too much long for my case to join your group with my Kraken account. I'm about to create a Bluffin account. Guys, look, if you've already joined with Kraken, I would recommend just sticking to it. I know the referral transfers sometimes take a little bit of time, but it will get sorted, guys. Normally it's 24 to 72 hours, and if it's a little bit longer, it's a little bit longer. We are working to see if we can have an automated process down the line, but Kraken was one of those partners that we've added to the channel, mainly because a lot of you were asking about it and saying, hey, like, I can't access these exchanges that you're promoting. So I know it's a solid option. I also know that a lot of you already trade on Kraken, so it's great because you can basically get to get access to the community using your existing account. Let me flick on some music once more. Okay, My friend is a big OG trader, but he says when he makes Bitcoin trades, liquidity is too thin and he moves the market. He said he opened a Bitcoin position for like $200 and said hard to trade Bitcoin. Thoughts? Your friend is capping. Your friend is capping. He opened a position for $200 and he said it's hard to trade Bitcoin. I mean, guys, I am living proof that you can make a living just trading Bitcoin. So I'm not sure. And that also answers the concern that some of you had, like, oh, what if too many people join your group and we move the market together? Guys, we don't have enough capital amongst us to move the market significantly, especially if we're trading Bitcoin. Moved price for 200. I see. On the thumbnail, what would you consider a big enough trading portfolio to go full-time in crypto? Guys, that is dependent on how much money you need to live, right? I have been vocal and realistic about the fact that when I first started trading crypto, I didn't just quit my job and I didn't just leave all my other money-making endeavors. For example, one of the businesses that I had. I was doing both at the same time until it was time to actually leave those. So I guess what I'm getting at is it really depends what kind of standard of living you want. Like, are you someone that wants to live a life where you're spending $10,000 a month? Are you someone that wants to live a life where you can just live comfortably, you know, maybe across the globe in a country that requires a little bit less capital to live a very good life, like a Thailand, like a Philippines kind of thing? So it really, really depends. You have to basically find an amount of money that's realistic to you, that you need to live on a yearly basis. Ideally, you save that for a couple years, and then you can try and build out your trading portfolio based on that. We would need billions and billions and then more billions to move the market. What I can say is that we don't have any billionaires that have joined my community yet. We have several millionaires, but no billionaires. Yeah. Yeah, that's not a pretty 1 hour candle for Bitcoin. Definitely not. But we are in the long, we are in the shorts. I mean, I'm comfy either way, guys. You know me, I am the Mr. Comfy. I saw some comments on my channel. Look, it's Mr. Comfy. I am very comfy, guys. I took profits on my long because you would be foolish not to. This was shared within the community. And I took profits from my short. I ultimately think that Bitcoin will head lower. The question is, can we push a little bit higher first? Jordan 36. Jordan 36 says he has a 5 to 6 million portfolio and says market makers hunt for him. You cannot put a stop loss and need to do it manually. Do you think Bluffin and Weeks chase big traders stop losses? Well, if you have 5 to 6 mil and do 50x leverage. First and foremost, if he has a $5 to $6 million portfolio, I would recommend he joins the community. Second of all, even with my portfolio size, just because there's a few mil, you don't use that to enter the entire position. So if he's risking 1 to 5%, that shouldn't be an issue. Second of all, I don't think that the thing with exchanges is when you set these stop losses, yes, they can potentially be chased, especially if everyone has their stop loss at the same spot. That is also one of the reasons why I personally use soft stop losses, and I would recommend your friend does the same, because if he has that much capital, I find soft stop losses are the way to go. Now, soft stop losses, if you guys don't know, is basically it hits an invalidation level and you manually close your trade when the trade is invalidated. So that's what I would recommend, to be honest. But I highly doubt, if your friend is an experienced trader, I highly doubt that he is taking $5 million and 15xing it and just using his entire portfolio every trade. That would be a little bit silly. And if he actually does that, tell him to join the community, because that's not what we do. And I think he could use some risk management advice. But I personally use soft stop losses. $5 to $6 mil net worth. 5 to 6 mil is his trading portfolio, probably like you, 20% of his net worth. Okay. Okay, makes sense. All right, legends, we've been at it for 2 hours and 15 minutes. FOMC is still in a little bit of time. We still have, what is it, 3 hours until FOMC. If you haven't joined the community already, I would highly recommend you do so, because we're going to take our next big trade in the community. That is, reminder, the first link in the description down below. If you DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, you're able to join that group where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. Any big swing trade, like the ones that you're seeing here on screen, were shared within my community. Win or lose, everything is shared in the community. And you're trading with your own capital. It's not like a paid membership. I might go to the washroom. I might make myself a little bowl of yogurt. You'll probably see me in the background, but yeah, let's see how this price action develops. BRB. I'll get my glasses as well. Roth trader, I am doing well, my man. I'm doing well. How are we doing? Do you even train legs, bro? What do you mean? Of course I train legs. I got thick legs. Come back, bro. Show us your sleeper build. Now we see your shorts. They do look comfy. All right, guys. So I come back and literally nothing has changed. Voila. Is it voila or voila? Voila. What's on the menu today, bro? This is just like it's a Greek yogurt bowl with some nuts, honey, and some blueberries and raspberries. Lunch lady build. Lunch ladies are strong. Bad Dream says, how much did those berries cost? Because my brother was telling me yesterday at Spinny's he paid $70 for a watermelon. Bro, I shop at Spinny's when I'm in Dubai. It's not $70 for a watermelon. That's obscene. He must have gotten a special watermelon because Faith Win, FOMC is not tomorrow. FOMC is in 3 hours from now. The press conference. But the actual interest rate decision is in the next 2.5 hours. So, let's do a poll. Let's smash up that like button if you haven't already. $50-50. Let's end that poll. Next one. What should this poll be? Leave some recommendations below. Rate hikes or no change? No, that's a silly one, Chula, because we know the probabilities favor no change. So if I do a poll, it should look like this. Should. So, yeah. I don't know about that one. $1 or 1 mil. Reiner is a troll. Well, I swear it's been chick my whole life. Now everyone is saying it changed back and forth. Absolutely not. Guys, be careful with this mentality. Daryl just asked me, would I jump into an immediate short trade if we get rate hikes? No. That's gambling, guys. That's gambling. That is literally gambling. Okay, is it going down after MC? Hi. Oh. Potential. Yeah, 50-50 was pretty crazy. Guys, come on. We need some good poll ideas. These are not good poll ideas. All right then. All right then. Yeah, cheese bubbles. That's a great one. Who wins the 2030 World Cup? Very good question. So, with a soft stop loss, doesn't that add a new risk of liquidation event like on October 10th? I only would have soft stop losses on assets that are highly liquid. So Bitcoin and highly liquid other cryptocurrencies like Hype. Like, the thing is, you can also, when I go to sleep at night, if I've traded with a soft stop loss, I will tend to put a hard stop loss overnight below my soft stop loss and validation. And then in the morning when I can monitor the markets, I take off my hard stop loss. It's not for everyone. And again, it makes more sense to trade like that if you have a lot of capital. If I say, is the bear market over? I think most people, if you guys have been watching me, you know my thoughts, but I'm just curious to see what people think. Let's see. Let's do this one for like maybe an hour or so. Maybe an hour or so. Okay. Okay. Satsuki asks, what percentage of your portfolio would you use per trade if trading with 10K, for example? Thanks. Oh man, it's the same exact thing whether you're using $100, 10K, $1 million, $10 million, 100K. It's always the same for me. I typically use between 1 and 5% of my trading portfolio per trade. That's it. Some of you guys are degens and you go in with 50% of your trading portfolio. It can work out, but when it doesn't, it's a hard hit to take. So I typically do 1 to 5%, meaning that if the trade doesn't work, I lose that percentage of my trading portfolio. Hey Matt, how would you go about trading if you only had $50? I would learn as much as possible about trading. I would enter very, very tiny positions in the market. Like I would still trade with 1 to 5%. And I would also focus on increasing my income. I'm keeping it real with you guys. I don't bullshit you. If you have $50 to trade with, you should focus on increasing your income instead of thinking that you're going to turn $50 into $500,000 or $1 million. It's very unlikely that that happens. You refine your trading skills with the little amount of capital that you're using, which is totally fine. That's advised, not financial advice. I shouldn't say the word advised, but you use that tiny amount of capital to practice and you grow your income. Yeah, Chula, I do think you asked that before. Does hype still have legs or is it over? Are we nuking below 50 in your humble opinion? Purchase Media, I think you messaged me on Telegram about this. I think that unfortunately it is going to be so based on what Bitcoin does. If Bitcoin holds here and we can push higher, then perhaps hype has legs. But ultimately, from a spot portfolio perspective, I think hype goes way lower this bear market, and I'd be looking to buy at lower levels, which will obviously be shared in my community. From a leverage trading perspective, the reason, let me just explain something to you guys. One moment. So here's the thing, guys. With hype, I had a trade and I had my invalidation and my invalidation was hit. Therefore, I closed the trade. Right now, you know what this is starting to look like? It's starting to look like distribution. Bit of a higher high, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. And so while I did attempt along here and I was in profit temporarily, then we came back down, I'm not that interested anymore. This structure screams distribution. Can it pop higher? Of course there's a chance. But this screams distribution to me. A good example of this was, I don't know if you guys remember this token, much smaller market cap, but we have VVV. Check this out. This looks very similar to Hype's chart. So hope that makes sense. This, like, it looks ridiculously similar, actually. Check that out. Like, so basically to answer your question, I'm not interested anymore. My trade was invalidated, therefore I'm not going to toy with it. Hope that makes sense. Appreciate you too, bro. What is your split between spot and trading portfolio? So normally in the last market, I had 5 times the size of my trading portfolio in spot. This time around, and I usually recommend 2x, but this time around, I might actually go like 1-to-1 or maybe even a little bit more in my trading portfolio because I make such good gains trading the market and I'm happy with like long-term Bitcoin stack. So I might actually have a bigger trading portfolio this crypto cycle than I did the last cycle. I enjoy trading leverage, swing trading, and I make a lot of money doing so. So why would I not ramp it up just a little bit? But everyone will have their own thoughts, right? Can you check LDO? It seems like a good short setup. Guys, in general, I am not someone that likes shorting coins that are already down 94%. You're playing with fire here. Now, with that being said, can it still go down? The answer is yes. In fact, this is similar to what I did with my Tau trade that I shared within the community. If we go on Tau, on the weekly time frame, I mean, you have the previous analysis here. Look, high, lower high, lower high, lower high. So I did enter a short around here. What was my average entry was 285 on Bluffin. This was shared within my community. I'm still holding part of the trade. I've already secured around 60K on this one. But the thing is, in general, I avoid shorting coins that are already down 95% from their all-time high. That's what I do. Luke TV, that's totally fine if you joined with Bluffin, but I would recommend making Bluffin your go-to trading account. If you just deposited the minimum to get access to the group and you're not actively trading on there, or you're not using the account, for example, because some people have done that, we just kick them out of the group. So just letting you know, like if you prefer Kraken and Kraken is your go-to, then you have that as well to be able to use. Man, what was that one coin that basically went to 0 months ago? I can't remember which one. There's a lot of them, man. Are you still looking at entering a position in MU and Oracle considering the 4-hour candle closes soon? Cheese bubbles. We're below the anchored VWAP, so the answer is no. Remember what I said. If we start getting closes below the anchored VWAP, this is not confirmation to go long. It's not good enough. This is not good enough. Yeah, Rave went down. And how about spot buying hype? Are you interested to allocate a small portion of your spot portfolio? I am. Khalil, I am interested in hype in this bear market. I just think that we can go significantly lower. So I'm going to wait because Bitcoin determines the rest of the market, right? So yes, if you're in my community, you'll know as soon as I make my spot buys as well, guys. I know some people have already started buying below 60K based on the analysis. Guys, we've been calling for sub 60K since Bitcoin was above 6 figures. Tiago Costa. Hey, Metzger, just got here. Can you give me an overview from the past 2 hours? By the way, man, I saw your message on Telegram. I will get back to you. Can you give me an overview for the past 2 hours? Basically, Bitcoin is chopping around. We've had a lot of community members that took a long at 62.7 based on the analysis in the group, which I'm sure you've seen, Tiago Costa. And now it's like that trade should have stop loss to break even. Profits should have already been secured. And now it's just a matter of seeing what's going to happen going into FOMC. It's less about the actual interest rate decision, which is probably going to be no change, and more about whether Warsh is dovish or hawkish. But we know that there's not going to be that much forward guidance based on what he shared with us at the last FOMC, right? Corwin, do you still think we pump towards 70K in August? We have to hold up. The thing to consider though is, while I am still in my long from the lows, I've been aggressively taking profits. I have not added to my existing short, and Corwin, I know that you're in the premium community as well. But my thought process here is, as long as we can hold, here's the issue that I have with this price action, because a lot of people will get very bearish if Bitcoin goes, below 62.7. However, in the last range, you have to remember the, for lack of a better term, fuckery that we had. So if we take a look at the last range, we pumped above the value area high, and then we dumped literally 15% before having another move to the upside. So if Bitcoin makes it down to the value area low of this range, that's like a 10% dump from the high to the low. And we could still pump. What I will say is that time is slowly running out. So I would expect that if the relief rally is to continue, seasonality would suggest that latest mid-August is how far it can really go. I think that August closes red, but I think that there could be some messing around where maybe the month it starts bullish, people get excited, if we're going to get that sustained pump. So let's see. It still didn't hit my high time frame confluence zone. I took my short in the community right at the anchored VWAP at $66,800. As you guys can see here, average open price $66,800. I've already secured 15K on this trade, but let's see. Let's see. We will make money either way. What would your advice be for the size of leverage trade in percentage of total trading portfolio? Guys, leverage is irrelevant. How many times have you heard me say this? Leverage is irrelevant. Rick Ty, I agree with you. I think that entering aggressive trades here is closer to gambling. But leverage is irrelevant because it's based on the trading capital that you're using, the percentage of your trading portfolio. I will keep beating on that drum because if you're trading with $100,000 and you're taking on 1%, that means that if the trade that you're taking loses, you lose $1,000. So please understand that, regardless of the leverage that you use, how far that $1,000 goes is up to you. But you should only be risking that amount. My big Bitcoin short, I entered with 5% of my trading portfolio. So at the moment, so I was risking 5%. Yeah, that is a pretty ugly 4-hour close, guys. I don't, Tiago Costa, if you go back on the stream, I talked about how hype is in, it basically looks like distribution, which is not good, and it means that if it breaks down, it can break down aggressively. So I'm completely out of my hype trade. I do not hold a hype long trade. Of course, happy to help you out. Another lower high for Bitcoin. Yep. Unfortunately, Pratham, you have to make a new Bluffin account. Hey man, I want to appreciate you after I watch your video. It has been helpful to me. I have recovered all my loss back and make some new profit. Absolutely awesome, guys. Some of you asked me, okay, if you're trading the market and you're doing what you're doing, why are you live streaming? Why are you making content? It's for stuff like this. When I read that kind of comment, it makes me so happy. It genuinely makes my heart warm. So, thank you. And I'm glad I was able to help you, man. SpaceX has broken out and is going for the retest. What are your thoughts, Matt? I think if I take a position on SpaceX, it's gambling. Pratham, no you don't. No you don't. Andy Beauclair, yo Matt. Yo, what's up, Matt? How goes it? It goes well, my man. Metal Helian Zombie says MU is at 771. Yeah, guys, this is the thing. We did not hold on to the anchored VWAP. And therefore, this thing can easily just drop. No reclaim, no hold, no trade from my perspective. This is knife catching now. Legends, if you want to join the community, remember you have the first link in the description down below. Just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join my private group. It's a group where you trade with your own capital. It's not a paid membership. You're literally trading with your own money after you've signed up to any of these exchange links down below. And if you're already trading on BTCC or Kraken, we can transfer you under my referral. So I'd recommend you join if you haven't already. It's where I share all of my own personal trades, like I said. Any updates, any very important updates, if I take a new trade, if I'm stopped out of a position, these kinds of things, all shared within the group. Let's go through some comments. Matt, just a legitimate question. Have you ever felt bored of streaming? I mean, you guys make it entertaining, right? Some of you will say, oh, you're the one that's on camera. And it is exhausting when you're on camera for a very long time. But sometimes you guys ask some pretty insightful questions. And it makes for a pleasurable experience. I'm happy to be able to do this with you. At the end of the day, I feel very fortunate to be able to do what I do. Just a 4% pump will make Bitcoin go way below your expectation. How long did it take for you to become a profitable trader? It took me a few years. I've been in the crypto market for almost a decade now. But active leverage trading, it's been closer to like 6, 7. And then truly consistently profitable and respecting all of my rules and not being emotional and feeling at the 100% level comfortable with my trades and making money in this market. It took me a solid 3 years. And thank you for the support, man. Appreciate it. And how many hours is FOMC? So the interest rate decision is in less than 2 hours. And the FOMC press conference is in 2.5 hours. Guys, we're going to prepare to see if there's any new opportunities in the market. And if there is, I will be sharing some trade setups within my community if you'd like to join. Remember, you're trading with your own capital. And if you do join through using the first link in my description down below, and you select Bluffin, you actually get a 30% fee discount for 7 days. So VIP 3. Normally, this requires hundreds of millions of trading volume, but you get access to this as well. And there's of course the deposit bonus. Can you look at Solana for a long-term view, like the next 1 to 2 years? Guys, I've spoken about Solana before. I don't want to park my money in Solana because I think that it will underperform Bitcoin this next cycle. Because, hear me out, in the last cycle, it had a very good outperformance. So I actually think that ETH will be more interesting. Now, I could be wrong on this, guys. I could be wrong, but I am, at the end of the day, more of a leverage trader. And I just think that Sol BTC is kind of cooked. So this is Sol measured against Bitcoin. I think that there's better places to put your money. That's my non-financial advice. There's better places to put my money, I should say. It's just bleeding against Bitcoin. And one could argue, you know, in this cycle, we had a very nice move. This was distribution. This could be a high. This could be a lower high. Potentially in the next cycle, you have another push up, another lower high. You get what I'm saying? So I'm probably not gonna buy much Solana. Maybe I will buy a little, but it won't be a significant spot buy for me, because I think that I can make more money elsewhere. Matt, we need a dedicated video on developing patience and mental strength for swing trading. Noted. Where did I learn how to trade? I learned how to trade through... There was a couple of good guys on the internet a long time ago, but ultimately I learned how to trade through what I was observing on the charts, guys. You spend enough hours behind a computer screen looking at patterns, it's enough to make your head just spin. But it like there's almost... It's nice because then you start seeing things much faster and sharper than other people. Once profitable, do you stay that way, or do you have red months or even a red year? I haven't had a red year since I've been profitable. I've had red months, but red years, no. Guys, a Krypton Dawn, ADA, Legends. Do I even need to pull up the Cardano chart? Are we being serious right now? That's my answer to you. The thing with Ethereum is it looks like it's trying to make... Where is it? The reason some of you guys think like, oh, this guy just loves Ethereum. I don't. I was vocally bearish on ETH as well. But the thing with Ethereum is it looks like it wants to potentially make a higher low on its Bitcoin pair. And if that's the case, then this could play out very well for the next cycle. But, you know, we held support at a previous zone, and so this is where the tides can turn. The thing with Cardano is, look, this is the ultimate chart of Cardano. Like, guys, why would I put my money in this? There's no point. There's no point whatsoever. And in my community, I will let you guys know which coins I buy, but this is not one of them. Look at this. This is diabolical. Be smart. Measure your cryptocurrency against Bitcoin. Krypton Dawn, my Cardano chart looks like that because I'm measuring it against Bitcoin. And that's what I would recommend that everyone does with their altcoins. Trula says, I only trust 3 coins, Bitcoin, Sol, and Ethereum. Fair. Life by Lauren May. Hello to you too. Donut Tracker. What's your verdict on BNB BTC? This one is interesting because you guys know how cheeky CZ is. I haven't checked this chart in a while. Legends, I mean, say what you want about CZ. BNB is holding up well against Bitcoin. The charts don't lie, right? This is another thing that I'm looking at for like hype. That's why hype is one of the ones that I'm interested in if we drop lower. Because I think that this could just be the start of outperformance against Bitcoin. Meaning, because some of you were asking, okay, which coins are you interested in? This means that basically, I would assume that hype can actually outperform over an extended period of time in the next bull run compared to Bitcoin. And you want to look for things like this. Obviously, altcoins carry more risk. So if you're gonna take more risk on an altcoin, you better be sure that it at least has a chance of outperforming Bitcoin. That's why when I pop up the ADA charts, and I know this hurts everyone's feelings, people that hold altcoins, but you can't argue with the charts, guys. This looks terrible. Oh. This looks terrible. What about Ondo? Guys, I don't want to get in the habit of just looking at a bunch of alts, but I think this one's down as well. So what I would be speculating on is probably creating a lower high. But I don't know. Maybe this is the start of outperformance. It's hard to tell because there's not that much history with things like hype, with things like Ondo as well. Legends, if you ask a question like this, SUKH, Suk Grewal, may I take a long in ETH, sir? May I take a long in ETH, please, sir? Number one, you can do whatever you want, my man. Number two, because you're spamming, I will have to put you in timeout. We don't tolerate that here. Jose John says, I don't think Zcash is on my exchange. I wanted to long that setup everyone was talking about. I mean, my man, just join me on Bluffin if you haven't. You can definitely trade Zcash on here. You can trade basically anything on Bluffin. It's awesome. It's where I trade mostly. All right. 1.5 hours until the interest rate decision. We've been at it for 3 hours. Let's go. I'm playing some footy today, boys, ladies and gentlemen. Thrive 8544. Love the stream. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Matt, can you give a quick tutorial about the footprint chart on Mine Pillar? So basically you can see the longs and the shorts entering the market, and you can see that alongside open interest. Look, I think I need to give a more detailed tutorial on this. So I will get back to you and actually film a proper tutorial, because this is one of the premium tools that we offer. And normally, like there's some platforms that offer like ExoChart and things like that, that it costs money to have these subscriptions. But like I said, if you're with me in the community, it is highly likely that you have access to this. If you go on your account and you click Trader, you input your UID and you have access to this. So let me get back to you on that to do a proper tutorial. I appreciate you, and I appreciate your dead earnest strategies. Thank you, my man. Luke Draco. Guys, I need everyone to pay attention to this. And I know we're just chatting around here, but sometimes you guys bring up some very good points. Bitcoin's moving up here, but sometimes you bring up some very good points that I think it's very important for all of us to go over together. As you can see here, where is it? Where's my man Luke Draco? So sad to see good projects just end up dead. I lived Algorand, but the charts don't lie. And this is the truth. There are actually a lot of decent crypto projects that you would think, okay, I like this, it's good. But this is why trading is so important, because you can understand the charts and remove it away from the fundamentals, or however you feel about a project. Like, look at this, guys. It's gonna be sad. Close your eyes. The charts don't lie. If you guys are new to crypto trading, if you're just tuning into the live stream, number one, I am a swing trader, so you have to understand that. I mainly take on leveraged positions in this market. So if you want to join and see how I've been doing that, you have my community, links in the description down below. But number two, if you are you want to be more of an investor, and usually if you have a lot of capital, that's when I think only doing spot is okay. Like, we're talking like a lot of capital, which most people don't. I wouldn't even consider myself in that category where I should only be doing spots, because I make enough money leverage trading. But if you like a project and you look at its chart against Bitcoin and it looks like this, run. Because what this means is maybe you had some periods in the market where Algorand on its own, on its US dollar valuation, pumped. And maybe it did like a 2x or something. But what this chart means against Bitcoin basically means that you could have made more money in this period holding Bitcoin. That's what the chart says. And the fundamental thing is not just the fact that you could have made more money holding Bitcoin, or let's say Bitcoin's going down in the period, you could have lost less money holding Bitcoin. But it's also just understanding that these charts rarely come back. So you took on more risk for less return. That is the whole investor mindset. If you're going to speculate on an altcoin, you best be sure you have to have some kind of structural evidence on the chart, not just fundamentals, that over the period from which you buy it to when you sell it, it outperforms Bitcoin, because then at least you took on more risk for more return. But if you're not rewarded for taking on more risk, in other words, putting your money in altcoins, why would you? So that's the general thought process behind how I invest in cryptocurrencies and not just trade them. I hope that makes sense. One and a half hours until the interest rate decision. Don't marry your bags. I think it's time to put the glasses on. Matt, is there any short equivalent to spot? I'm not sure what you mean. Have you ever done a tutorial on how to join your community? No, I haven't. I thought it was pretty straightforward, but I did say in my last live stream that I would. So maybe I will film it like here in this apartment. Maybe I'll film it tomorrow or the next day, but I'll let you know. And what I'll do, guys, is I'll have it linked in my description once it's done. And I'll also put it at the end of all my video market updates, so you have access to that. But it's really straightforward. But I think people just need a little bit of help, and that's totally okay. Corwin has a good question. As a permanent trader, how do you spend your costs? Do you take some amount off your trading account, or do you have external income? I have external income, and I do take some from my trading account. So I've talked about this with one of you guys before in my community. You were asking me about how I have a couple exchanges where I have capital on the exchanges. In general, once my trading portfolio surpasses a certain threshold, I like to withdraw, because I'm now trading with an amount of capital that I am, how do I say this? I am comfortable. I'm like perfectly comfortable. So for example, on my most recent hype long trade, I lost approximately 30K on that trade. I'm okay with taking that kind of loss. So my total trading portfolio is at an amount where when I win my trades and it's multiple six figures, of course I love it. It's awesome and it's a significant win. But then the losses on those trades are also losses that I can manage. If I kept scaling and leaving all the profits that I've made over the past few years into my account, it would be a much bigger trading portfolio. However, then the same rule of like 1 to 5% of my trading portfolio, I think that I feel as if I would be risking too much money on trades, if that makes sense. So it's like a mental barrier. I want to get to the point where I'm trading with even more capital, but for now I have to say I'm content. So, you know, you kind of know your limits, and when I feel like I've hit those limits, I withdraw. So, but I didn't do that for like the longest time. It's only now where there's like a few million capital where it's okay to just withdraw and withdraw. And yes, of course, I use those withdrawals for life, traveling. I don't have that many expenses, to be honest. Jose John, exactly. You don't want the losses to be too uncomfortable. Exactly. That's exactly it. Legends, if you haven't already, join the community, but smash up that like button. I think we could get to 300 likes here. Let's do it. 300 likes. 350 likes before FOMC. Let's see if we can manage that. Boom. That's crazy. That is absolute. This is what I mean when I read comments and it's like, this tells me, Billy, my man, this tells me that you weren't actually listening to what I was saying. It's insane, man. I try to be abundantly clear. First and foremost, I am not a CZ fan. I don't think he's done great for the crypto industry. I think he's been in quite a lot of shady things that we've seen previously. I've never said I was a fan of his project. I just objectively looked at the BNB Bitcoin charts, and it continues to be in an uptrend. That's it. Just because I show something that is data-driven on the charts, it does not mean that I'm a fan of CZ. That's not how things work, guys. Dustin Prince says, my experience, I only invest in projects that I can sleep soundly with. Be very well, my friend. My friend. I mean, yeah. But Billy, to answer your question, I'm not a fan of Aster. Although there are worse looking charts. DZI 2346. My man, I mean, it really depends what you're going for. I would probably wait an hour if you're gonna do that. Matt, is there a probability of Bitcoin still going up till 200-day moving average? Yes, there is still a probability, but that is high, man. That is very high. So I think that time is slowly running out. Legends. 1.5 hours until FOMC. Let's get that up to 350 likes. Let's do it. Hey Matt, I asked earlier but didn't get a response. What is your setting for your anchored volume profile? Because I'm not able to set it up like yours. So basically, anchored volume profile. I didn't do, guys, I don't have, it's not the anchored volume profile. You're mixing both. I use the fixed range volume profile. Do you mind sharing why you moved to Dubai? Trula said he said it's due to taxes. Yeah, so taxes is one benefit, but also business opportunity and to be around like-minded individuals. People that are always pushing for more in any realm of, what is that? ISG 2013. I'm significantly underwater on my MU trade. Admittedly, 14% of my account in a 5x long that gets liquidated at 692. Could you please give me your analysis? I'm thinking about cutting it off. I'm not sure what instilled you to take, like what inspired you to take that trade aside from the potential anchored VWAP. But the thing with these trades, guys, when you get acceptance below the anchored VWAP, it is not good. Like, this is not good. This 4-hour candle closes for MU closes in 50 minutes. I can't, my man. You know, we have a couple gaps that maybe we fill, like right around here. Yeah, donut tracker, like the fact that we didn't hold on to the anchored VWAP, I don't like that for a long. Trula, thanks for helping people out in the community. We're dumping, man. Whew. Thank you, guys. Big sneeze. Dumping. Interest rate decision in 1 hour and 15 minutes, legends. I do think it's kind of interesting that we are selling off into FOMC. It doesn't mean it has to be bullish, but it is interesting. So we're still shorting Bitcoin. I also have this position open. Someone asked me my profit zones for the Bitcoin short that I took at the local highs recently in the community. I've already taken $15,000 profit on this trade and I'm playing with the rest of the position. That's what I do as a swing trader. Legends, if you want to join the community before I take my next big trade, remember it's a community that doesn't require, membership fees or stuff like that. You trade with your own money. Go ahead and join if that sounds interesting to you. All the trades that you see me share daily, weekly, have been shared in my group. So DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram if you'd like to join the community. You're trading with your own capital. Now we're getting some volatility going into the interest rate decision, and then we're going to have to see what Fed Warsh says as well. It's less about the interest rate decision, which we basically know is going to be no change, although there's still 33% chance of a hike. But it's more about whether Fed Chair Warsh comes across as hawkish or dovish. Hey Matt, what is your row size and value area volume? Man, I established this so long ago. Let's see if I can help you out with that. Anyone know how to go to these settings up here? Is this what you're looking for? These are the settings, guys. How to copy your trades on weeks. I don't do copy trading. Are you going to be live till the FOMC? Says OM Show Harry. Yes, I will be, guys. We're gonna watch the FOMC together, so make sure to tune in. If you haven't already, smash that like button, subscribe. We try to cover every single FOMC, and we've been doing long live streams on FOMC days. That's why yesterday, some of you might ask, why didn't I do a live stream? Because we did a live stream on Monday. And if I'm going to do a long live stream today, we're already just under 4 hours. I would imagine today's live stream is going to be exceeding 6 hours. I need a little bit of a break. And I was also traveling. So let's see. Okay, so most of you guys don't think that the bear market is over. Do you still believe Bitcoin up till 70K? I am less convinced now. I know that the market can shake out both sides. So I am in my long in case we go higher, but I am also already in shorts. Probably not the answer you want to hear, but all of these trades were shared within my community, guys. You have to understand that I am not a fortune teller. I am not a fortune teller, guys. August is notoriously bearish. I don't know if your scenario will play out. Sucks. I want a sweep of 67K. It is notoriously bearish. However, what's to say we can't pump into August and August still closes red, but it starts off green? Something to consider, right? Can a grid bot outperform just holding long term? I don't think so. I don't use grid bots. Matsur, you think we capitulate based on time or price? Well, lately we've been capitulating more on price. Sorry, on time. It's been slow and choppy, and I think we're seeing more time-based capitulation. Metal Helion Zombie. Yes, 305 likes and 413 people watching. Let's get to 350 before FOMC. Let's get to 400 before FOMC. It's possible. We still have 1 full hour. I think that's realistic, guys. How much until FOMC? 1 hour. Any insights on Kaido? Been on quite the run lately. Actually, this is, yeah, it has. You're right in saying it's been on quite the run. This is the one where you get like points on social media, right? Look, this is nice. Like, it's nice to see that these pivots here have been breached. Now, that doesn't mean we're going to go all the way up to here, but this is early positive signs. I mean, week after week after week. Very, very interesting. Interesting. Thanks for putting this on my radar. Super Sweet Film said he got a new camera because of trading. We're so on, boys. My man. Sesh Monkey, hey Matt, what are your thoughts on doing low leverage positions instead of spot for a longer period of time? Imagine 2x, 3x. So the thing is, obviously you're paying fees. And I like having some spots because then if price dumps, you don't lose money, if that makes sense. Because you're holding the asset, right? But if you're saying, because the thing is, if you have enough capital on your accounts, you can have basically no liquidation price. Like you guys could see here, my Bitcoin short, has a liquidation price of $200,000. Obviously, I wouldn't hold on that long. That's silly, but you get the point. Nikita says, my ex-boyfriend used to work out while watching charts. I mean, how are you going to make quality decisions if less blood is reaching your head? Let's look at Kato liquidation chart. Oh, wow. Interesting. We'll see. Maybe I do take a trade on this. Let's see. Let's see. Guys, I kind of like... You guys were asking me why I was looking at Macron. I just think that... Huh. I... Does MU not have a slanted head and shoulders pattern currently? Um... Mikhail's been listening all day, my man. Guys, I know. Let's see. We tapped into the bull market support band as well. Guys, the anchored VWAP is honestly one of the best trading tools you can use. All right. Okay, I need to go use the washroom, legends. My apologies. I'm gonna... I'll be right back. How are we doing? Sorry, guys. All right, interest rate decision in 40 minutes from now. Yes, sir. Whew. We've been on it for 4 hours. I took a new trade within the community, and now we wait and see. Kali Compiler, and I'm back, legends. Looks like we are still sideways for now. I suspect volatility soon. Yeah, so in 35 minutes, we have the interest rate decision. Highly likely at this point that it's just no change. 66% probability. But at the next meeting, we now have an 80% chance of a rate hike. Pretty insane. Nice, brother. You treat trading like a 9 to 5. Proper and serious about making money before playing. Let's get it. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. We have a lot of liquidity built on the upside here. All right, so here's the thing. Most of you, how is my mom and I doing? Yeah, we're enjoying summer. Of course we are. Bum, 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 bum. No, the meeting did not happen, guys. It happens in 30 minutes. The interest rate decision happens in 30 minutes from now. And then we have the actual conference, which is arguably more important. So let's see. Mustafa, you've been watching since the beginning. How long are the meetings? Guys, the meeting could be like, I think the press conference is like an hour. So we've been streaming for 4 hours and 15 minutes, by the way, guys. If you haven't already, you might as well join the community, smash that like button, subscribe, and turn on that post notification bell. Let's see. How are we looking? How are we looking on the like count? Is the like count bearish? By the way, guys. Is the like count bearish? It's a little bit bearish, guys. It's a little bit bearish. So we have 30 minutes to get to 400 likes. It's a little bit bearish, guys. Are you doing an 8-hour stream like last time? No. Probably not 8 hours, but we're definitely doing over 6 hours because the meeting, the interest rate decision is literally in 30 minutes. And then in the next hour, we have the actual conference. When he says hello, it's gonna dump. Are you in New York at the moment, bro? No, but I am in the same time zone as New York. I heard rumblings of a possible rate raise. I think there's no chance of that happening. I wouldn't say no chance, guys. I wouldn't say no chance because there's still a 30% chance. But, you know, the odds are 70% chance that we just get no change at all. It's more about how Fed Warsh speaks. But remember in the last meeting, he said no forward guidance, which is, it's an interesting thing, right? I'm not sure how you guys feel about that. Some people are saying a 10% drop from here. He said pump into August, man. I did not say that we have to pump into August. I said that it wouldn't surprise me if we did. I don't like when we share things like our thoughts and people say like, he said this. Guys, it's all about the probabilities, right? I don't know if we're going to pump into August. I just trade the market that's right in front of me. I would like to see us pump into August so I can add to my existing short position. I think it could be a very decent opportunity. So, legends, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Yusuf Geo, I think you've asked me this question everywhere, so I'll actually answer you. I still don't think that the drawdown is sufficient. And also, if you look at most of the bottoming indicators, Bitcoin has not made it into its furthest risk metric. I think that we can stay into some at least longer term light blue here, which puts us somewhere between the 0 to 0.2 risk band. That's another reason. I also feel as if the next low with Bitcoin can coincide with a stock market correction later in the year. And Bitcoin has not gone anywhere, has not gone towards its terminal, sorry, its realized and balanced price. So for example, see this? I don't like how Bitcoin has not tapped into the realized and balanced price. So that's my thought process as well. Again, we have been vocal on the channel about slowly starting to accumulate Bitcoin sub 60K. So if you wanted Bitcoin exposure, the opportunity was there to accumulate Bitcoin sub 60K. I still think we can go lower, but Bitcoin was literally sitting in 6 figures and we were calling for sub 60K, which we got. So I'm not sure what else, you know, it's important that if you want exposure, you don't try to wait for the perfect bottom. Some exposure is good, and it's better to wish that you bought more than buying too much at higher levels. The amount of people that called for Bitcoin to continue on up on every single relief rally is astounding. We've been shorting every single relief rally within the community. But there were so many people that were bullish up here, up here, up here. I don't think that the bear market low is in. I am open to seeing us push higher. In fact, I would like to see us push higher so I can add to my existing short. So Yusuf Geo, It's up to you how you trade this market. I'm just sharing with you what I am personally doing. And on that note, guys, remember that I am not a financial advisor. Nothing that I discuss on the channel should be construed as financial advice. I am just a guy on the internet sharing all of his own personal trades and his overall market analysis. That is it. You have to do your own research and do your own technical analysis as well. If you're hoping to enter the market and simply blindly copy trade someone, that's not something that I would recommend you do. It's a surefire way to get wrecked. So that's all I'm going to say, guys. In my group, of course, I share my trades, but I never recommend that people just blindly copy. You have to do your own analysis. Right now, Bitcoin is actually getting rejected, or we're trying to hold above $63,700 this pivot, which is an interesting pivot for us to attempt to hold. So let's see what comes out of this FOMC. I'm in the long, I'm in the short, and now we're just patient. Legends, if you want to join my community and see the trades that I take in this market on a day-by-day, week-by-week basis, particularly my big swing trades in this market, how we've been shorting the market on the way down, making money on the way up. Remember, you have the first link in the description down below. If you DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, Bitcoin's ticker, you're able to join my private group. This is a group where you trade with your own money. It's not a paid membership. It's not a monthly subscription. You're literally just trading with your own capital. If you're trading on Kraken or BTCC already, you can join that group. We can simply transfer you under my referral. And if you want to join with any of these other exchanges, Bluffin is my go-to. Then you can do so with the links in the description down below. Just DM me that keyword if you'd like to see how I'm trading this market. After sitting for 5 hours, I'm starting to tweak. Yeah, I mean, we've been at it for 4 hours and 30 minutes. My back is starting to hurt on this this Airbnb chair. It's like plastic, but it's all good. We do it for the stream, guys. We do it for the stream. What time is FOMC? So the interest rate decision is in 20 minutes from now, and the actual press conference is in 50 minutes from now. How do you feel about grid trading bots? I don't personally use them, but I have heard mixed experiences. Some people say they're shit. Some people say that they really like them. John Travolta, I think you come on my stream every day and you say that Dr. Profit has turned bullish. Guys, I mean, imagine calling yourself Dr. Profit. No comment. No comment. Are you married? How do you maintain balance while you trade and family responsibility? No, I am not married. We need a rate cut, peace deal, and Clarity Act to pass. None of these are happening. Bitcoin will most likely move lower. I tend to agree that Bitcoin will move lower. The question is, can we push up first, right? Can we push up first? Daniel says, liar, you are married to your Bitcoin shorts. True. For now. For now. All right, guys, interest rate decision in 15 minutes. From where did you learn trading? This is a common question. Guys, I learned trading through watching stuff on the internet years and years and years ago. But really, I learned trading through putting dollars into the market and learning myself. Right? Hi, I'm Korean and you are just chosen by the algorithm. Hello, awesome to have you. I would recommend you join the community if you haven't already. We do have quite a few Koreans in my community, actually. Did you graduate college? I graduated university. So here's the game plan. Charles says, hi Matt, how long do you see yourself making content? And honestly, I genuinely don't know. I want to help out as many people as possible through what I do in the market. And I think that at least for this next bull run, I'll be here. But that's why I have my Telegram community. In case you guys didn't know, I have my community so I'm able to update you and share with you what I'm doing in the market in real time when I take trades. Because there will be periods where I don't post on YouTube for a week or 2 weeks. And that's why I have this community. It's so I can still send you a message. I can leave a voice message. I can say, hey guys, I'm entering a trade. So the Telegram community will probably always be there because it's where I share with you my positions in the market and my thought process behind certain positions. So yeah. I see myself making content for quite some time, but like for example, guys, we've used this example before, but I took this Bitcoin long at $58,000 when I was on vacation, and I shared it in my community. I said, hey guys, I'm taking a long here. And naturally, I'm happy I took this trade because we're up around $90,000 on this trade. So the community will always be my priority. But for now, I don't plan on stopping to make the content. If you want to join the community, guys, remember you do have the first link in the description down below. It's not a paid group. All you have to do is trade with your own capital on any of these platforms below, and you're good to go. Some people trade with $500. Some people trade with $10,000. Some people trade with $1,000. We even have a couple of people that are trading with a few $1 million within the community. To each their own, right? But that's that. So Bitcoin is getting a little bit of a move here into the decision. The rate cut, or will rates stay exactly the same? Luke TV says, can you share a real bad experience with a trade, like a high money loss? I don't know if this was in my community. It might have been. I have had 6-figure losses before, and it sucks. It sucks. But the thing is, when you make enough money over time and your wins greatly exceed your losses, at the end of the day, it's the tuition you pay to the markets, right? There's always going to be losses. There will always be losses. And the only thing you can do after a big loss in the market is, usually what I would do is I recommend taking a little bit of a break, because you don't want to get into that revenge trading habit. And then you get back on the horse, right? All right, 9 minutes. Who is going to be the first one to tell us the interest rate decision in the chat down below? I just have a question, but does your country tax crypto gains? Korea about to hit us with 22% starting next year. Kill me. I live in the UAE, so no. Thankfully, it's tax-free. Kali Compiler says the community is tier 1 awesome. No noise, just usable intelligence for responsible trade setups. Kali Compiler, I appreciate it. Thank you very much, man. All right, let's end the poll and let's start something else. We'll do a 5-minute poll. Someone voted cut. Rate cut. Guys, drop your vote in. We're pumping. Pumping before the meeting now. Yeah, guys, the probabilities favor no change. Someone said cut or no change. Guys, there is a higher probability of rate hikes than cuts. Just so you know. Scam pump. Very suspicious, guys. What's up, Rocky? Get your votes in. Get your votes in. 145 votes. 47. 150 votes. Let's get it done, legends. No change is the highest probability. Highest probability, guys. And if you want to join the community to see these kinds of trades that I've been taking, we went long on Bitcoin at 58K. We shorted at $81,500. I am a swing trader, so I do hold my positions for longer in this market. Make sure to join the community with the first link in the description down below. DM me the keyword BTC, Bitcoin's ticker, on Telegram to join. It's not a paid group. It's not a monthly membership. You trade with your own capital on any of these exchanges down below. So if you sign up, you make these one of your go-to exchanges and you're good to go. You get the best fee reductions in the industry. And if you're already trading on BTCC or Kraken, we can transfer you under my referral so you don't even need to set up a new account. That's what's required to get access to the community. That's it. So, what a pump. All right, 3 minutes left. And how are the likes looking? How are the likes looking, legends? 364. Can we get up to 400 likes? We need 36 likes in 3 minutes. Is that possible? Is that possible? Capital Group spread FUD hard with the surprise rate cut news. We will have no rate cuts and a neutral wash. Markets pump. Why would we? Yeah. You know where you're streaming from? Bro, I missed opening a long around 58K. Should I open it now? I'm in the premium group as well. It would be good to share your thoughts regarding the members who missed in the group. Guys, I'm sorry, but if you're asking me here, if you should long, the answer is no. The answer is no. You long at good levels. You don't long when you've had a pump. So, I'm sorry, my man. I can't give you a straight answer there. Scam pump. Alrighty. One minute, 30 seconds. Thirty seconds. Ten seconds. All right, what was the decision, guys? What was the decision? What was the decision? What was the decision? No change. No change. No change. Now what? Now what, legends? Vamos. No change. No change, guys. Send it. Send it. Pump it, baby. Pump it. No change. Legends, we took a new trade within the community as well. It's just hovering around. If you guys want to join the community, remember all my swing longs, swing shorts, everything that I share, everything that I do in this market is shared within my community. Remember, first link in the description down below. DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join. First link, click it, very easy. You sign up and you start trading with your own capital, not a paid membership, not a monthly thing. You trade with your own money and that's it. If you're already trading on Kraken, we can transfer you under my referral so you don't need to make a new account. Just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram if you'd like to join. Pump it, baby. Pump it. Now we see what actually comes out of Fed Warsh. What does this guy have to say, right? What does this guy have to say? The dollar crashed. Oh, well, that might dump. No change, no change. All right, so now we will end the poll and we will put a new poll. We will put a new poll. And what's the next poll, guy? What is the next poll? So we're gonna watch the interest. We're gonna watch what, guys. Again, all the trades that you're seeing, anything that I do in this market is shared within my community. It's a community where I trade stocks, crypto, everything, everything. So let's see. FOMC. We'll watch it on YouTube. We'll start preparing. We go to the Federal Reserve YouTube channel. So we will go here. And in 25 minutes, we will watch Fed Chair Warsh speak in real time. Dun, dun, dun. You longed 50 Bitcoins. Okay, my man. You're crazy. 50. That was a good idea. Dovish or hawkish? "24 minutes until this live coverage." Legends, I hope you guys have been enjoying the live stream so far. We've been live for 5 hours. We looked at a lot of things on this live stream. I still think that Bitcoin has at least one more low in its bear market. However, I will say that there is a chance that the relief rally isn't over, but let's see. Could this just be a liquidity sweep? Because look at that. Right now, it kind of looks like it, guys. You want to see follow through. Like when Bitcoin forms a pivot like this, you want to see follow through. Otherwise, we can drop. That looks like just a classic sweep for now. You can see how we wicked. You want to see follow through now. Keep in mind, this is the 1 hour chart, so there's a lot of time for this to potentially play out. But for now, you want to see the candle close, ideally the full body above $64,700. That is if you're expecting Bitcoin to move higher here. In our community, we longed Bitcoin basically at the Pico bottom, and we also shorted Bitcoin more recently, basically at the Pico top. See this, $66,800? More locally, we had this tap into the anchored VWAP, and we went all the way up to $66,900, took a short trade here, and the rest is history. We also shorted multiple times, $81,500, and I'm still holding my big Bitcoin short trade, which is up $600,000. This trade was shared within the community, guys. If you want to know how I've been trading the market, what I do on a day-by-day, week-by-week basis as a swing trader, and you're serious about trading, I would recommend that you join my community. It's not a paid group. It's a group where I share all of my own insights. It's not a monthly membership. It's you trade with your own money on any of these exchanges down below, and you're good to go. If you're already trading on BTCC or Kraken, we can get you under my referral without you needing to create a new account. So if that sounds interesting, you know where to find me, guys. It's where I share all of my trades. If I take a trade I share it in my group even before the live stream, before anywhere it's shared in my group, always. So let's see how this price action develops, guys. You want to see the hourly close above that level, $64,700. So let's go over some comments as we prepare. We have 20 minutes until the big event. I have been yapping for 5 hours straight, plus or minus a couple of bathroom breaks. But now it will be time for Fed Chair Warsh to tell us what he thinks. Dovish, hawkish, going to be very, very interesting. So make sure to tune in, guys. 20 minutes from now, get your popcorn. Let's watch this together. We'll put up the Bitcoin chart as well. And if you haven't already, make sure to destroy that like button for the 5+ hour live stream. We're at 400 likes now. Absolutely awesome. We've been killing it. Let's see what comes out of this. Nothing but outflows for the ETFs recently. Coinbase Premium Index pretty deep in the red. What is an SFP? An SFP is called, it's a swing failure pattern. So what this means is you have a high. See this, guys? This is the 1 hour chart. So an SFP is when you wick above or below a level, in this case above, and then you gain acceptance back below the level. So it's a pattern that failed. Basically, if this was bullish, it would push Bitcoin higher. However, and keep in mind, this again is the 1 hour chart. So you got to wait because it's only been 12 minutes into the hour. But an SFP is when you wick, you grab the liquidity and then you come back down and then you go lower. Or the reverse is also true. See this? If you take this level here, perfect example actually. My apologies, one moment. Let's draw this out. This is a pivot in the market. Let's go 4 hour because it removes a lot of noise. This pivot here was a pivot that held, that sent Bitcoin up several thousands of dollars. Right here at around $63,700. So far, we've had multiple wicks below the level recently after we reclaimed from the point of control. And now we're going back up. So this is another SFP, but this is on the 4 hour time frame on the long side. So now we're kind of just stuck internally. There isn't much of an edge here. So we wait and see. "2019 Marty says it did not sweep on Binance or BitUnix." I mean, I don't know who's using BitUnix to trade, guys, but interesting. Yeah, sometimes it sweeps on like Bybit, sometimes it sweeps on Binance. He's going to hawk this out. It's coming down fast. Hey bro, how are you? I'm doing well. Would you add to the short exposure is the question. Guys, for me to justify adding to my big short position here, this one that's up 6 figures, I would need to see Bitcoin go back above $69,000. At 67 would be the minimum, but really 69, because I already have 6 figures of exposure. I don't need more. Only if we go higher and I see a great opportunity. Otherwise, I just play the internal range. Maybe I'll add to this one that I took from $81,500. But for now, I'm comfy. Why no BitUnix? BitUnix was actually down during the 10 out of the 10 liquidation event. I'm not here to spread FUD, but I need an exchange that is up and running and working well. That's why I use Bluffin. Yes, I do have an affiliate link in the description down below with Bluffin, but they're my go-to platform. They were around and I prefer their interface. And I have some of the best bonuses to offer you in the industry. Also, if you're a big trader, I can give you VIP perks, which significantly reduces your fees on the platform. So I choose Bluffin, really. It was down during the liquidation event, so I'm not going to be on a platform that struggles with that kind of volatility, to be honest. Sorry, guys, just my thoughts. These things happen in crypto and, you know. "13 minutes, legends." "2019 Marty, I'm pretty sure you can do the same on Bluffin." Guys, hey, what did I say? If the 1 hour candle closes like this, eesh. It's not a pretty candle, legends. Look at that 1 hour candle. What do we think, legends? What do we think? It's over. Get ready for the dump. When would I consider adding to my long? The time, Corwin, to add to the long, in my opinion, was when I shared it in the group here, where we tapped into the point of control right into my confluence zone and we had a spike. It would have been here. Now, I would probably only add to my long if we get a big flush to like 61K. 61K. Because my long is, you know, taken from 58,000. Seven minutes, legends. 7 minutes. Luis Bustillo, I will stream it. 7 minutes, guys. You don't think it's gonna fall true? I see more like 44 to 47K in some time. Guys, it's possible, and that's why I have my 6-figure Bitcoin short in this market. I know it's not what you want to hear when I say stuff like, guys, I'm still holding a massive swing short, but it's true. I'm holding a massive swing short that was shared within my community. And if you guys want to join the community to see how I trade this market as a swing trader, and in this bear market, I have remained net short the entire time. Remember, you have the first link in the description down below. Just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram if you'd like to join. It's where I can give you these quicker updates when I take my trades in real time. And it's not a paid membership. It's literally just a group where I share my own stuff. So if you want to join, you have that first link in the description down below. Oof. Looks dumpy. Perfect sweep, liquidity sweep. Man, oh man. Look at that volume on the red candle, but the volume is declining, guys. So we have 4 minutes. 4 minutes, legends. 4 minutes, and we are watching this live. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, join the community if you haven't already, and let's get into it. One minute, legends. All right. I will be quiet.
Good day.
Good day.
My second FOMC committee meeting as chairman has come quickly. It's probably too early to call it a streak, but our discussions again were collegial and constructive. I'm truly lucky to work with colleagues so capable and mission focused, and so determined, like I am, to sharpen the performance of the Federal Reserve. Today, as you know, our committee decided to vote by a 9-3 vote to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 3.5% to 3.75%. The committee is continuing its policy of making ample reserves in the banking system. The economy is showing impressive resilience. Even with recent shocks, the trends are positive and reveal solid growth. Job gains have kept pace with the workforce, and the unemployment rate has changed little. Inflation remains elevated relative to the committee's 2% goal. The committee remains resolute. You've heard this before, but we will deliver price stability. As before, the policy statement conveys just the facts. It's steering clear of forecasting, a choice we consider especially prudent at these uncertain times. Uncertainty, however, does not mean a lack of clarity. For some households, businesses, and market professionals, 5 years of high inflation have left a mistaken impression that's hard to shake, that the Fed's implicit inflation target was somehow above 2%. Let me reiterate, there is no soft inflation target. There is no soft implicit target, not on this committee's watch. There's only a target, and it's 2%. Not one of my FOMC colleagues is under any illusion. We have begun a new chapter, and we understand that the 5+ years of inflation above target cannot be cured in 9 weeks or by a single month of modest price decreases. This Fed will not waver. Our credibility rests on performing our duties and delivering on our responsibilities. Americans are right to expect that because our nation's prosperity depends on it. To the regulars here in the press room, today's assessment might sound familiar, yet there was nothing inertial about our discussions, our policy, or our strategy. 2 economic developments are worth highlighting. The first is a very notable change since our last meeting 42 days ago. Nominal and real yields are materially higher across the Treasury curve. In fact, some of the increases in market interest rates between FOMC meetings are among the most significant in the last 2 decades, ranking around the top decile or so. But if the committee didn't change its policy rate, what happened? In the intermeeting period, market attention centered on real data and real economic developments. Prices reacted in real time to incoming information, and the reduction in forward guidance may have been a factor. Market participants are learning to play the ball, not the referee, and market prices will continue to respond in the direction and magnitude they see fit. This is, in my view, a change for the better, and we're just getting started. After all, the central bank need not always and everywhere be the center of attention. I understand the desire for rolling forecasts and commentary from this committee, but for our part, we need to observe market reaction to developments, direct and unfiltered. I want to stress, of course, that decisions by this committee matter a great deal. And where necessary and appropriate, we will not hesitate to act. A second economic development is one that I noted at the congressional oversight hearings this month, but it's worth repeating. The most striking feature of the economy is the strong growth of business investment. The surge in high-tech CapEx has been remarkable, but that does not necessarily make the Fed's role any easier. In the AI-related category of high-tech equipment and software, the most recent data shows 4-quarter growth rates of nearly 20%. This is helping to sustain the healthy momentum of manufacturing output. More generally, CapEx is preparing the ground for future growth. Nonetheless, the precise timing and magnitude of effects on the supply side remain hard to predict. FOMC meetings produce policy decisions, but just as important is candid discussion of the big things that matter most. That too is a priority in this new chapter at the Fed. In our meeting, vigorous discussion centered on 4 questions, which I will enumerate. First, we talked a lot about the implications of the past 5 years of high inflation on the current policy conjuncture. To echo an old phrase, has the past really passed? Second, my colleagues and I considered the economic shocks of recent years, strained supply chains arising from the pandemic, military conflicts, energy supply disruptions, substantial increases in tariff rates, and yes, the surge in AI-related investment. These differ in their sources. Do they also differ in their effects on output and employment? Third, we took up the related question of price increases arising from shocks. The business CapEx boom, for example, is driving up prices of memory and logic chips and associated AI infrastructure. Do these changes indicate a broader inflationary dynamic, or do we just focus on them because they are under the bright streetlight? Finally, we discuss monetary policy tools and strategies for achieving stable prices. If, as the Fed has long held, interest rate policy should be its primary monetary policy instrument, how much accommodation are we getting from the balance sheet? In all of this, our work is advancing at the Fed. We're asking the right questions. And in this consequential time, we know how very much depends on getting the right answers. Of course, you've all arrived with questions of your own, so let's turn to them now.
We'll start with Steve.
Thank you for taking our questions, Mr. Chairman. You've had a couple months now, or 9 weeks, or whatever number it is, to see the markets behave in the absence of forward guidance. I'm wondering if you could tell me, what message are you getting from the markets as to where policy ought to be right now?
Yeah, so I think officially it's 8 weeks and 4 days, but I'm not counting. The message from markets is the message from markets. What I've really been trying to do, Steve, as I think you appreciate, your colleagues appreciate, is getting an unfiltered message from markets, getting a direct message. Letting buyers and sellers meet at prices for treasuries, for the foreign exchange value of the dollar, and then trying to judge for ourselves, what does that mean about our remit? How are we doing on inflation? How are we doing on employment? We're trying not to interfere with that market signal. That's part of the reason why we've been somewhat spare in our words, why we pulled back from forward guidance. So they're reacting to events, I would say, much more directly over the 42 days since we last met. This is a good thing. As I mentioned in the prepared remarks, we've seen a material tightening, not just in nominal rates, but in real rates too. And we're observing it. We're trying to stay out of that because, many of you might be interested in our reaction function. We're interested in the reaction of financial markets.
I get that, Mr. Chairman. And I guess the follow-up question is, if the markets are talking to you, what do you hear them saying? And if it's real rates are higher, it would suggest that that's where the funds rate ought to go.
Yeah, so
Sorry.
I'm sorry, it's your question. So interpreting markets is an imperfect business. We central bankers like market pros can think these things are overdetermined, but let me offer some speculation. First, as we said in the FOMC statement that you got at 2 o'clock, the economy output is solid. CapEx and productivity are strong. Labor market's solid, steady. The bond market, the treasury market, it seems to be saying that as well. If I were to try to break down, disaggregate the treasury market signals, I wouldn't be able to do it perfectly. But the bond market's saying many of those same things. And that's why we're seeing a tightening both in nominals and in reals. Even while at some level we haven't done much in 42 days, the markets have done quite a bit.
Claire Jones, Financial Times. You seem to have got the family fight you were after at this meeting. We saw three dissents. Could you characterize the arguments that those dissenters put forward, please, and tell us a little bit why you weren't persuaded by them at this stage? Thank you.
So I guess I shouldn't give you their best arguments. I'll give you some others. So you're right. I asked for a good family fight and I got one. That's the purpose. That's the design feature. I come into this meeting, even this press conference, heartened by what I've experienced the last 2 days. Most of our discussion were on the big questions that matter to the conduct of monetary policy. We didn't sort of hide from them. We weren't scared of them. There was a lot more interaction between and among my colleagues. It was a real family fight. My view, which you've long heard, is that's the better way to get policy right. That's our North Star. So there was a lot of agreement that I heard that we have the powers, the tools, also the authority to deliver stable prices. No walking back from our responsibilities. There was a large majority support for the decision that we made in the room. But I also want to leave you, Claire, with one other impression. There was nothing inertial about that discussion. It was an active, robust discussion about what's in the full range of what we can do and might want to do in the period ahead. You characterized accurately, there was a disagreement about a decision today. I would say that doesn't sort of capture the full essence of the discussion. The path to central bank heaven requires delivering on our remit. These days, that means delivering on price stability. I wouldn't measure that path in 42 days or any one particular meeting. And I came out of that meeting even more confident that this is the right team to win the battle against high inflation.
How much do you think not going in July was down to the cool CPI print for June?
So in 2 words, not much, not much. I'd like to believe that the committee shares my views, which is the historic problem with data dependence is the data and the dependence. We are not relying on any one individual piece of data as cover or as an excuse or as validation. What I care about and what I think the committee cares about is trends on the data. Sure, we got some encouraging inflation data. I think at the meeting 42 days ago, I said something like 63 months of inflation above target. I didn't say 64, though the final calculation might be a close one. So we'll be watching inflation data over the period ahead. But I also don't want you to leave the misimpression that we're sort of breathlessly waiting that. I've called for a task force to revisit both the private and public data we use to make our decision making. That task force is out doing their work. I'll be checking back in with them the next couple of weeks, but I wouldn't say we overly relied on any one piece of data, including that data, which surprised some a couple of weeks ago.
Hi, Chairman Warsh. Thanks. Neil Irwin with Axios. Thank you for taking our questions. So the Fed funds rate is now about 75 basis points below the 2-year yield. It suggests markets think you'll have to tighten eventually, about 100 basis points below most Taylor rule estimates. You're hitting your employment mandate, inflation stays high. Why should rates not be higher today?
There's a lot in there, Neil. So rates are higher today than they were 42 days ago. Markets have made decisions because we step back in part from trying to influence those. Market judgments have moved up on what nominal rates are across the Treasury curve. That doesn't mean we take them as by dictation, but we're observing them. So I think it's a mischaracterization to say that markets haven't reacted because we didn't move today. Markets are reacting in real time. In the period ahead, we've got important decisions to make about the policy rate. Markets in the intervening period, I think, have quite a bit of decisions to make. I'll see if I can put it this way. Monetary policy matters not just by what we say or even what we do. Monetary policy matters by how it affects the real economy. And these prices that we see in financial markets is one of the many ways in which it affects the real economy. We'll be continuing to watch that market information, see how it responds to incoming events, and that can help inform our decision-making when we meet in 7 or 8 weeks.
How would you characterize in the family fight the last couple of days of you and the other 8 members who wanted to hold? Was that a strong conviction or was that a hair trigger close call on holding versus tightening?
Well, I think the vote was 9-3. The broader discussion to my ear over the course of the last days showed a lot of agreement on the hard questions. 4 questions I raised at the outset about what's really happening in the economy with the shocks and absent the shocks. What are our tools and our capabilities? What's the effect on prices on output? I heard a lot of commonality on the questions. Were there different leans on the answers? You bet there was. So could people come to different conclusions? Absolutely. But my own judgment is this is a period of watchful thinking, not watchful waiting. And I think the score on that vote was unanimous.
Thank you, Colby Smith with the New York Times. You've mentioned that looking at the Fed's policy tools is one element of a 3-pronged strategy to address the inflation problem. So I'm curious how you view the effectiveness of those tools. If inflation is too high and not coming down, is the best remedy to raise interest rates?
So that was the discussion in the last 2 days. Is that the dominant remedy? If inflation continues to be elevated through the forecast period, interest rates could well be part of that solution. But I wouldn't say it's in isolation. I tried to describe in my remarks today a point that I made into the oversight committees a couple of weeks ago. I think there was a misimpression by some in financial markets, by some households and businesses, that central bankers like me, we set a 2% inflation target, but maybe we were more tolerable of a somewhat higher inflation target. In economics, we'd call that the revealed preference. And so might it have been rational for people to think, well, their inflation target's somewhat higher. What I heard in the last 2 days, what I've heard in 8.5 weeks is no. We will deliver the 2% inflation target. That is the committee's definition of price stability. So one way, absent the tools that you reference, to ensure that we get there is ensure that expectations are centered around the right number. And I think we've made some progress on that. I am not suggesting we're done on that. It's worth reiterating. And ultimately, the business we're in, Colby, is performance. We are going to be judged by how we perform. And that's what we intend to do with the inflation target. Making clear expectations is one part of it. Making sure we demonstrate we're responsible for it, we're not blaming as another. And our policy tools, like you referenced, is the third and equally consequential part.
How are you factoring the fact that a large portion of the inflation overshoot is being caused by supply shocks, as it's mentioned again in the statement? Does that blunt the effectiveness of rate hikes in your view?
First, on the premise of your question, it was almost as if you were listening to our discussion in the last day and a half. A lot of our focus was on trying to understand and identify underlying inflation dynamics amid shocks. We take these shocks seriously. There have been a series of them that have been hitting this economy. We're not looking through them and saying, oh, they don't matter. What we're trying to understand is to what extent are these shocks broadening in their effects, broadening in their impact on prices that are quite far removed from it. Our goal is to have growth that is broadening and inflation that is becoming more limited, more circumscribed. I'll be the first to admit the shocks make this job and this policy conjuncture a little tougher, but that's among the chief questions we've asked ourselves. And around the room, people have different views on it. I tend to think in the coming months, we're going to refine that view and have a better judgment. And we're going to have market prices trying to help inform it too.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. I guess I want to drill down maybe a little bit. What specifically in your mind would be the argument then for a pause today?
So I wouldn't characterize what we did as anything like a pause. I would characterize what we did as a rigorous review of the economic situation. I would characterize what we did as a review of the big hard questions. And I'd characterize it as a view of what our own homework is to try to resolve those questions in the period ahead. If you were to try to force a description that this was a pause, I would say financial market prices would take the other side of that. Financial market prices in this intermeeting period, they didn't pause, they reacted to the inflation data in one direction, strong economic growth in the other direction, and nominal and real rates went up. Did the Fed take an explicit change in its policy rate today? No, but I think that's the beginning of the story, not the end of the story.
And if I could, I did want to ask, not forward guidance, but looking forward. Traditionally, a Federal Reserve chairman uses the Jackson Hole Summit as a sort of a reset of monetary policy. How do you look at the speech that you're going to make in August?
I look at it like a blank piece of paper right now. I have not begun consideration with the incredible team here what would go into that document. I think you characterized it correctly. Historically, at least from my first tour of duty at the Fed to more recent periods, it would be sort of a setting up speech more often than not of what was going to be happening in the fall. I haven't made any judgments on that, but those are judgments we'll have to come to. If I could, in the high mountain air in Jackson, Wyoming, I'd like to also frame the big questions. There is a tendency, especially with the proliferation of meetings and press conferences, to get caught up in the myopic. Did you do this by a quarter or do that? Ultimately, whether we deliver on price stability matters some, the decisions we make in 6 or 7 or 8 week periods. They matter more, what are the big questions? What's really happening with productivity? What's really happening with demographics? What's really happening to the global economy amid the shocks? Haven't made a decision whether it's going to be a big picture speech or whether it's going to be a more traditional setup for all the action we're going to have between September and December. I will tell you one other thing that I am doing between now and Jackson Hole, which is I'm checking with those task forces. My first principle of establishing a task force is find the best subject matter experts anywhere in the world and put them together, especially put them together with other people who might disagree with them. In the next couple of weeks, I'm going to be doing a check back in. I've given them time to sort of think hard about their agenda, their debate, their schedule, and when they might be ready for prime time. I'll be doing a little bit of that checking, and that may or may not inform anything I have to say in Jackson.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chairman Warsh, I want to follow up on Colby's question about policy transmission. You've said there's no cruel choice between stable prices and full employment. Rates bring inflation down by cooling demand. It's generally thought that can show up in the labor market. If that's not the channel you're relying on, what is?
Yeah, so let me go back to first principles, Nick. I don't believe that either part of our mandate is generally at war with the other part. I do not believe that price stability and full employment is an either or proposition. There have been policymakers over the last several generations who have thought that there is a strict trade-off there. That isn't my judgment. In fact, my judgment is if and when we deliver on our remit, we're going to be satisfying both prongs. We're going to have price stability and full employment. And in fact, if you want to do the most harm to the labor markets, you would run a period of high inflation that's variable such that employers, businesses, wouldn't really know what's going on. So I think the two parts of our mandate are equally important. We have no legislative orphans here. I've been talking mostly about price stability because we're doing pretty well collectively as a country, as policymakers on the full employment side. But we're doing considerably less well on prices. That's why we describe them as elevated, and that's what's taken most of our discussion. In terms of transmission mechanisms of monetary policy, I think different tools work through different transmission mechanisms. The interest rates work through lending channels and credit channels. maybe conference channels and foreign exchange. The balance sheet probably works through some other channels like signaling and portfolio balance. We're keeping full abreast of all these tools in making policy. But if the suggestion is somehow we're going to be fine-tuning aggregate demand so it catches supply, that's not my mental model. I don't think we're great in the fine-tuning business. We're trying to get supply and demand in broad order. But really what we're doing as we sit here today at this press conference is I think we've got a reasonable sense of what aggregate demand looks like in this economy. We're inferring aggregate supply. We're making a judgment about what productivity is. And in some sense, there's a race between supply and demand. And the surge in business CapEx in and around AI, it's making that calculation a little harder to judge, but in the period ahead, we're going to be trying to judge just that.
And if I could ask, where exactly was the disagreement today? Was it about the inflation forecast, or was it something more around the risks, the tactics?
Yeah, so I'm going to I'll let the dissenters speak for themselves. The way I heard it over the last 2 days was overwhelming agreement on objectives and authority and commitment. I didn't hear anybody walking away from it. The judgments as to how best to achieve the price stability, that was probably the question that we were trying to answer. What's the best move? What's the best strategy? What's the best way to achieve it? And a second question that was asked is, when do we need to make those harder calls? When do we need to make those decisions? And like I said to one of your colleagues, I was comforted that markets in the intermeeting period weren't reacting to us. They weren't reacting to dots or to speeches. They appeared more than ever to be reacting to real-time events. So they're gauging themselves how restrictive the Treasury curve should be. And that, I think, has been a useful development. We don't endorse any particular market move, but I'd also suggest we observe them with keen interest.
Janelle Marte with Bloomberg. Following up on that, there was more uncertainty in the markets about what the Fed would do at this meeting. To some extent, you might think that's what you want to see. But my question is about, is there a point at which you would not want to surprise the markets if they were pricing in something with higher certainty that was opposite of what you were intending to do? What are the risks that you see associated with that?
Yeah, so it's a good question. Surprise is not the objective function. Surprise is not what we're solving for. We have a clear North Star. What we're solving for is how to make the best decisions. Almost everything else should be in service to that goal. By not spoon feeding markets, by not previewing our decisions, by not sort of giving nudges and leans, my colleagues and I have found in the intermeeting period, what we're getting is the views from a very accomplished economist. That's the internals of financial markets. Instead of just repeating or echoing what we're saying back to us, they're giving us somewhat, not perfect, their own judgment. Surprises are not the objective, but at the same time, I would say we didn't come into this meeting feeling constrained by the full range of alternatives we had in front of us.
So some of your peers have continued to discuss how they think about policy decisions, and if you don't offer your reaction function or your way of thinking about it, how concerned are you that you're ceding control of the narrative?
So not very concerned. That's a short answer to the question.
The 1 hour
when
candle.
Some people that follow the Fed say, well, we don't want your forecast.
The 1 hour candle looks way better. It looks pretty okay. Let's see how the 4 hour candle closes. I'm still going to be live for like another hour.
Actually a central banker where the labor markets are more or less at equilibrium. Any central banker, when he or she sees underlying inflation moving higher, he or she is more inclined to tighten policy. Again, when you've achieved the other side of your mandate and you see underlying inflation falling, he's more inclined to loosen policy. That's my reaction function, and I don't suspect it will cause people to not continue to pry for more, because the truth is, for a very long time in a lot of countries, coming out of the 2008 crisis, we're in crisis mode. We were purposefully providing a lot of information, trying to provide a lot of assurance, trying to tell people exactly what we're going to do, offering forward guidance with clarity as if we're tying our own hands behind our back. Well, in crisis mode, that strikes me as a very prudent policy. But in more benign conditions, it strikes me as worth revisiting. But markets and market participants and reporters have learned to devour all that information. So I take seriously that the pullback of forward guidance requires some transition. Reform isn't easy, but our general judgment is going to help us make better decisions, and in so doing, satisfy our remit.
Paul Weissman. It's coming. There's a mic coming.
Thank you. When you talk about the 2% inflation target, what measure are you relying on?
So I'll give two answers. First, let me give the proper standard answer. The Federal Reserve every January outlines a statement of purposes and strategy. And in that strategy document, which I believe was dated January of this year, it describes a measure of PCE inflation as the objective function there. I have enough of my own, so that's our number, we're sticking with it. Who knows come after next January what we might say about strategy. I suspect the task forces might have something to add. But I'll say this, some version of the Lucas critique, some version of Goodhart's law in economics should remind us that when we talk about measures of inflation or something else, and we describe those measures as being consistent with our objectives, we might make them such that they're not very good measures or very good objectives. Broadly, if you said to me standing in front of you, I abide fully by the strategy document, we're going to deliver 2% inflation and not a whisper more. But to achieve that, I'm looking at a broader set of inflation data than PCE. So without sort of fully revealing my cards, I'm trying to understand, like my colleagues, what's the underlying generalized change in prices that are happening in the economy. It is not a perfect science. I might have said 42 days ago, I've got a task force for that. But we have a data project that's trying to look and see whether we can't separate the noise from the signal. And so if you would hear a message from me, yes, I care about what the PCE prints are. I care about what the contributions are from CPI and everything else. But my lens is broader than that, even though the remit is quite narrow.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. I'm struggling a little bit with some of what you've said today, and maybe you can help clarify this. You've said over and over again that your job is to bring down prices, to get prices stable, to hit your target, and that you will hit your target. The market says you're not there yet because they've raised rates, but all you've talked about today is talking about it. And it's not like members of the committee weren't there before you talking about it. So I guess what the American people might be asking is, what are you waiting for?
Yeah. So believe it or not, this press conference is not all I've done today. We have spent an inordinate amount of time in the last 2 days, 2 weeks, looking at our monetary policy strategy, evaluating our tools, thinking hard about the sources of data that we have at our disposal and we wish we had. We've also thought hard about the period ahead. What among these questions will be answered with more clarity, certainly not certainty. So the decision we'd made today, the discussion we had in that room, was the farthest thing from inertia I can imagine. As a point estimate at this very moment, in a choice between two alternatives. You heard the results of it, but I would tell you that this discussion was far more robust, and our thinking about how best to achieve that target is advanced. And over the coming months, I expect it to be advanced much more significantly. If I were to steal a follow-up question, I won't let you won't be giving it up. If I were to steal a follow-up question, well, what's the world think about what you've done? I would again reiterate, what we do isn't just about what we say. It's not just about what we do. We're in the performance business. And so if I look at the Treasury curve, if I look at the dollar, if I look at a lot of things that are internals inside of financial markets, I think what they're broadly saying is that this committee does own it, has the credibility to deliver it, and they believe, like I do, that we will. But I don't want to leave you with a misimpression. We've got no magic wand. This isn't something that we're going to be able to carry out in days or weeks, but we're going to deliver on the responsibility that Congress gave us. And today's meeting and the preparation for today's meeting was an important step towards that destination.
I'd like to follow up on the task forces as well and ask, what vetting did you do of the people that you appointed to the task forces? In particular, given Mark Andreessen's substantial political spending, $25 million in just the past year to back candidates who oppose stricter AI regulation, how can the public be confident that a committee he co-chairs will provide an independent assessment of AI's economic effects rather than one aligned with the interests of the AI industry?
Yeah, so I selected 15 incredible subject matter experts to tackle 5 of the most important questions that if we get the answers right, we're going to do a far better job in delivering. And if we get the answers wrong, we have a problem. The comfort that I can give you and your listeners is we're the decision makers. The chairman of the board of the Federal Reserve and the members of the board and the FOMC, we will be the consumers of the outputs from 5 different committees. The judgments we're making will be informed by, but not at all determined by, these outside groups. My theory of the case in establishing the task forces were to pick people with extraordinary talent, depth of expertise, and a divergence of views inside every committee, so they too can have a family fight. This is not outsourcing to people that aren't known and haven't been vetted. This is seeing whether new ideas can catalyze a broader, better, more informed discussion inside the room. And I'm very confident that we're going to be able to do that. I am impressed by the credentials of these 15 people. And full disclosure, I've known almost all of them for a very long time. And I think they're going to give their best views on the subject. But ultimately, these are decisions we're going to make, and we're accountable to our oversight committees and to the remit Congress gave us to deliver.
Hi, Ann Saphir with Reuters. Nice to see you again. So I need a little help here too. You've said repeatedly you have no tolerance for inflation, and yet we are seeing above target inflation repeatedly for 5 years and through your term so far. And sure, you have no magic wand, but you have not taken action. You just gave us a little peek at your reaction function as well. You said that if underlying inflation is rising, that you would tend to think that you might need to tighten. And with the exception of the most recent inflation print, that is what we've been seeing. So could you explain what you mean by no tolerance for inflation and what you plan to do about it?
Sure. So, Ann, I hear from you what I hear more broadly from households and businesses: impatience. Deliver it already. This is not an excuse. This is a fact. This FOMC, this board has been in business for 8.5 weeks. The patience, the impatience that households and businesses feel have been going on for 63 months. We are on the job We will deliver. We are focused like a laser on making sure we can do it. But the suggestion that we're going to be able to do it with our magic wand is one I want to disabuse you and everyone else of. But the discussion the last 2 days give me more confidence even than I had 8.5 weeks ago. This team that we have at the FOMC, the support that we have from board staff, and the new hard questions we're asking, we need to resolve those. And as we resolve those questions, get smarter on those, we're going to deliver on the remit. You don't have to take my word for it. If you look broadly at market prices, they are certainly not saying all clear, but they are working in concert to keep us on our toes. And they have tightened financial conditions in this intra-meeting period. And that has given us, that has provided us some comfort that we've got the ability and capability to deliver.
And is your read or your, I guess, faith in markets' ability to sort of make a judgment and then you to take signal from that judgment, how does that affect you when you come up on the September meeting and markets are seeing a near 100% chance of a rate hike as they see now? How does that feed into your decision making and your thinking?
So we're not going to be constrained by market prices. We're not going to be constrained or take verbatim from what the market's doing. But I think it's useful and to understand that markets can be a very good source of information, not a determinative source, not a perfect source. But if we're trying to land the plane and deliver 2% inflation, and we take a very useful source of information and we get it all fogged up by giving it our own forecasts, by providing rolling commentary, I can assure you that we're going to have less information, less ability to land the plane successfully and deliver price stability. We're just trying to make sure that that source of information is as direct and unfiltered as possible. It isn't to the exclusion of data sources and opinions and other surveys. But if you're hearing from me, we wanted to make sure we were getting a better source of information. I think in a relatively short time we are.
We'll go to Brian Chung for the last question.
Hi there, Chairman Warsh. Brian Chung with NBC News. So you said you'd be open to having press conferences when there's news to make. So today, no change to rates, no forward guidance. For the average household, I guess, what was the news today?
So apparently it was news that I had a press conference. Let me just see if I can offer some clarity on that. Between now and year end, my predecessors and the Federal Reserve committed to press conferences this year. I'm committing to press conferences this year. That might be news to the people in this room and of no particular interest to your viewers and your readers back at home. What I can offer as assurance is that the Fed's on the case, that this Fed chairman feels better about this board and this committee's ability to deliver than I did when I showed up here on the first day. And I showed up pretty confident. I've been heartened by the reception that I received. No doubt in some of your commentaries today, you'll talk about a divided Federal Reserve. But that's not the feeling I felt the last couple of days and the couple of days before it. What I felt was a group of professionals, all with different perspectives, different views, different judgments, but eager to roll up their sleeves and have a family fight, and eager to reform the way in which the Fed does policy, a keenness and open-mindedness and curiosity about that. So we have a far better chance to deliver on the remit that Congress gave us. And so I want to leave you with the optimism of a new central banker that we're committed as ever to deliver and to offer an assurance we will. Thank you all very much.
All right, legends. Pretty meh, if you ask me. Exactly what we were expecting. Not much clarity, in my opinion, at least. Let me just flick on some tunes again. So, right now, the 1 hour candle for Bitcoin that we discussed previously before FOMC is actually looking pretty solid. We immediately retraced and now we're trying to hold up above the trend line. So one of you guys asked me previously, what's going on with this trend line? I'm not one to draw trend lines like this, but you can see that we had a little bit of a fake out and now we're trying to hold it as support. So this is something that we can consider. Maybe there's another push higher in the cards, depending on how the 4 hour candle closes. But structurally, this is looking okay. Now, you would want to see some strong 4 hour candle closes above this pivot at $64,700. Until then, this can always easily have some more retests lower. So that's currently what I'm eyeing. At this point in time, I'm still in all my trades. I entered a Macron trade, which is literally just pumping and dumping and pumping and dumping. And yeah, I'm in my big swing shorts. I'm in my big swing long, as you guys probably know. If you want to join the community and see how I've been trading this market, legends, remember, you do have the first link in the description down below. It's a community where I share all of my own personal trades, win or lose. And lately we've been doing a lot more winning. But DM me that keyword BTC on Telegram if you'd like to join. And it's not a monthly membership, to remind you. That's just how I trade the markets. So if you like my insights and you want to see how I've been trading, I'd recommend you join. So let's see. I think we will remain live to view how this 4 hour candle closes. So at least for another 40 minutes. And that's that for now. I'll go through some comments, some questions. What did you guys think of that FOMC press conference? I like how it wasn't super long, you know? Warsh had to use the washroom. That strength for me. 1 second, I'm just updating the community right now. Now we're below it, so it does look like we could be getting rejected here. Not what we want to see. It's still not at a stage where I'd be willing to compound into my existing shorts in this market. It's just not. I need to see higher for me to justify adding to my shorts. Otherwise, I keep the positions open. So far we just rejected from it. Wrong one. Sorry guys, I'm updating the community. That's why you probably see me go quiet. All we ever do is drop, says Johnny Farrar. That is so not true, guys. Guys, here's the thing. You have to remember that we are structurally still in a bear market. So any longs that I take across the board are significantly less than the shorts that I take. It makes sense to play the price action to the downside. You have to understand that on a higher time frame, we're still in bear market territory. If you want someone to tell you differently, it's not going to be me, right? People get annoyed. They can't handle this kind of price action. They take too much risk on long trades, which is something that you cannot afford to do in this market. The time to be risky with your long trades is when we are in a structural bull market. Not financial advice, of course, but it's just what I personally do. In these markets, when I take longs, they are not big longs compared to what I do with my shorts. Every relief rally along the way we've been shorting. Now I'm still hoping that we can push up a little bit higher. That would be the ideal scenario for me, and I would add to my short. This is very much higher time frame. I'm on the weekly chart, guys. My views are still the same. Still the same. So let's see how this price action develops. 4-hour candle closes in approximately 30 minutes, so we'll stay live for that. And now we see. We wait and see. $2019 Marty says, dump it. I have to keep telling people that if we do just dump from here within the community, most of us are in massive shorts from much, much higher. So that's why it's advantageous to be positioned in this way. And that's mainly how you guys can see that I am not particularly stressed in this market because of how we've positioned ourselves over the course of this bear market. It takes a long time to play out, it takes a lot of preparation, but once it's done, and you're in a very, very good position. If you want to see how I've been trading the market, guys, as always, you know where to find me in the community. I hope that I've guided you guys well. I take way less risk on my longs, but in a bull market, I will take more risks on my longs, but this is not the area where you go aggressive. The biggest risk long that I took in this bear market may have been this long that I took at $58,000. And someone said, when will you close your long? I would actually be willing to add a little bit because I've already taken 62K in profit from this trade. So if we drop further, I would consider one last attempt at a long because we saw that in the previous range, what basically happened for Bitcoin, if my chart will load, is, what is this? What is this, guys? Okay. Purchase Media, you said hype is cooking you. My man, my hype trade has been invalidated, right? So, anyways, so see in this relief rally from here, we still managed to dump 15% after breaking above the value area high and then popping higher. I think we're running out of time. So if we do continue the rally, you want to see it happen from here. Maybe we get a flush down and then a pop. But it's very, very difficult to tell you guys what's going to happen because I'm not a fortune teller. I just take the trades in high probability zones. So for example, right here, see this anchored VWAP? You probably know by now if you're watching, we took the short here within the community right at the anchored VWAP. This was a high probability short. This confluence zone was a high probability long. This zone that you're seeing right here is a low probability everything. You can't long this with confidence and you cannot short this with confidence. I'll do a tutorial in a few on the footprint and how it works. But you could see some shorts jumping in. From a liquidity perspective, I would like to see some more spikes to the upside. there are more cumulative short liquidation. There is more cumulative short liquidation leverage in the market compared to cumulative long liquidation leverage in the markets, right? So I would like to see a lot of these shorts get wrecked while the longs continue to pile in ideally, and then we wreck all the longs. But maybe we don't get that. 90-day is still even. So it's just interesting when you really zoom out and look at it. This is a tricky environment, and anyone that says otherwise is lying to you. Someone said 4-hour candle looks crazy. Yeah, it does not look good right now. You want to see a, like, we got 30 minutes, boys, to rally on higher. Otherwise, it looks exactly like this. Ugh. And Macron is Micron is getting cooked as well. Because we just got rejected at the anchored VWAP. So oops. Terrible, terrible. So see this, guys? We back tested the anchored VWAP. And now we're just slow bleeding. I love dad jokes says buy Bitcoin, it will reverse in September. Will reverse long on September. So the thing is, we've been vocal about buying Bitcoin sub 60K, but if we do drop further, I am highly, highly interested in buying. Tiago Costa says, thank God I didn't enter that one. I have too much on my plate already. Totally valid, man. You know, you decide if you feel like you have too many trades open or you're too stressed because of your positions in this market, you don't have to enter all trades, right? How's the NASDAQ looking? Oof! Wow. Okay. Yeah. Unreal. Yeah, everything's looking eh. Yeah, I don't take on too much risk around FOMC, but this is yeah. Bitcoin, all things considered, looks, I'm not going to jinx it, but let's just say I've seen worse performance from Bitcoin side of things when the stock market does what it just did. Yasha. Legend, hope the stream is going well. Yep, the stream is going well. I will remain on stream. Stock market is puking, so naturally this doesn't help Bitcoin. I think the bear market bottom is going to look something. If my charts will load. Not sure why the connection is. No, not that one. Yeah, stocks are just puking. Where is it? Bitcoin, this one. Well, the music is on par with this drop. Yes. So you guys said to look at hype. Yeah, guys, I mean, I closed my hype trade because it was invalidated. So it looks like distribution to me. Similar to VVV. See how we just kind of had a high, had a high, had another high, then a lower high, and then you just kind of chop lower. I think that's what we're seeing with hype. But I am interested in hype near bear market bottoms. I think that depending on how Bitcoin performs. Sorry, I'm just hope the stream's going well. I'm getting cooked on Macron right now. Whole so frustrating. Dump it. Matt, are you reading chats? Well, there we go, guys. 4-hour candle is looking terrible. Oh, let's see. Let's see. All right, less than 10 minutes, legends. Sorry, brother, it didn't hurt me that bad. Guys, if you're in the community, right, and I share a trade, you have to understand that I enter my trades with 1 to 5% of my trading portfolio. The difficult part is not potentially losing money on trades. The difficult part is when you get messages from people that make silly decisions in the markets. So that's just what it is, right? So that's basically people that I was answering, people freaking out. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Matt, go to sleep. Cut it. He probably needs some rest. Do I think Bitcoin will make an all-time high this year? I don't think so, guys. The music is on point. Legends. Matt, go to sleep. Guys, it's almost 4 p.m. here. I'm not going to go to sleep. You're crazy. You're crazy. Are you still live? Donut tracker, short and make up for your loss. Thank you, X8 Trend. I appreciate you. Guys, if you want to join the community, you know where to find me. Although I've posted a couple of losing trades recently. Let's see. The big swings are still intact. I'm still making tons of money on the way down, but let's see. Okay, this, guys, I have to be honest, this kind of comment, wait, where is it? This kind of comment, guys, please give me a scalp, I need money urgently, is the kind of comment that will get you banned from my channel. So I'll put you in timeout, but we don't do that here, guys. Daily close is in. Are you still looking to long Bitcoin on the highlighted area? Guys, this trade has already played out. This Bitcoin long trade that we discussed in the community has already played out. If we get an SFP, perhaps, but we need to see how the liquidity is piling up, because now we're trying to hold on to the downtrending anchored VWAP once more, right? This drop could be a liquidity sweep. Yeah, it's difficult to tell, guys. Like, I'm positioned with the long, and I'm happy to consider adding to my long, but I need to see good price action. It could be a liquidity sweep. Let's see how the CVD is looking right now. And Legends, if you haven't already, make sure to join the community. It's where I share all of my own personal trades. Win or lose, I share all of my trades within this community. If you'd like to join, you know where to find me. DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, and you get access to my community. CVD. Wow. I am grateful, dear Matt. Two minutes, guys. 2 minutes. Brother, I requested so many times, please, your comments on today's FOMC meeting. Guys, it was a little bit of a nothing burger, you know? I think that he's just going to keep beating on the drum of his task force, and we have the increased probabilities of rate hikes, right? We know this. And so I would suspect that in the next meeting, oh, actually, based on what he said, they're now potentially pricing in no change. This was 80% before we started the live stream for the next FOMC. So we'll cover that live. Yeah. We're tapping into the uptrending anchored VWAP, which we managed to reclaim as support. So this is a little bit of a tricky zone, guys. I cannot give you a high confluence position here. All right, legends, that's the 4-hour candle, and unfortunately it looks very, very similar to this movement. So the probabilities favor down, unfortunately. So I'm still in my long from the lows, I'm still in my short. I entered a micron long, and I'm gonna close that position now. And done. All right, legends, we've been at it for just under 7 hours. Look, if you want to join the community, you know where to find me. It was an eventful stream. We're getting bearish price action now going into the end of the stream. The probabilities of rate hikes have decreased after Fed Chair Warsh's press conference. Legends, win or lose, I share all of my trades within the community. So over the past my last 3 trades, one of them we took at the anchored VWAP at $66,800. That one took some profits from that trade, and actually if I check, currently up around $25,000 total. This is excluding the big Bitcoin shorts and longs that you've seen me take. Then I took a hype long, which got invalidated, and I took a Macron long, which made me literally lose 35K. So I just lost that, still holding the big swing short position in this market. This position is my hedge in the market. It sucks to lose trades, of course, but it's nothing that I hide away from, and that's what I have my community for. So to make multiple 6 figures, I often lose multiple 5 figures, and that's just the way that it goes. Anyways, guys, if you want to join the community, you know where to find me. Otherwise, I'll see you in the next video. Tomorrow and Friday might be video updates because we ran a 7-hour stream today. So I'll keep you updated. Make sure to join the Telegram if you want to see how the schedule is developing. I'll let you know. And I'll see you in the next one.